Hi. It's been a minute. In theory, there was no possible chance I was going to go live yesterday when I got home. I literally did not make it back to my apartment till 10 p.m. Side note, that somehow managed to be the longest flight of my life. And you would think it would be like, oh, Amanda, you're tired, just sleep through the whole thing. You see, I would like to, but I was sitting in front of an asshole, okay, who refused to, one, let me recline my seat. And I mean, like, he was just, like, physically, slowly pushing it forward the entire fucking flight, okay? I am not someone that, like, I will not fly private, okay? Semi-private, like Jet SweetX, that's one thing. I will not own a private jet. But if there's ever a time where you see me on a private jet, it's because an asshole like that was just my final straw, okay? Like a man forgetting that this is in fact a similar to public transportation and he's not the only person on this fucking flight, you know? Like that's what'll push me over the edge, you know? Crying baby, 2 rows back, I don't care, that's fine. I got earplugs. That baby's ears are popping for the first time. It's never experienced being this high up. I understand, okay? I can vibe with that, okay? Child walking up and down the aisles, get it. Totally chill, okay? Someone passing out and like passing out like into the aisle like this, I get it. This fuck face behind me that was physically messing with my chair the entire flight, no. No, that'll be my straw. That'll be my final straw. Why are you touching my vicinity? What are you doing? Wish him very hot pillow and rocks in his socks. That's deliberate assholery. Yeah, like to the point, and like then at the flight, his legs, I kept thinking he had a child with him that was like kicking my seat, but no, I think he was like fucking with the bench or something because it felt like he was digging into my back. Vanessa, you won the Swell Grand Prix. They were subscribing with Prime. Oh, also we had Kuna gave out 5 gifted. Kuna! Kuna, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Omen, thank you for subscribing. Who else? Someone else. I saw another one. Happy Pride Month, thank you. We have things to talk about with that. Nith, thank you for subscribing. 7 minutes ago, anyone else? 8 minutes ago, Ace, thank you for subscribing. A Measle Weasel, thank you for subscribing. Anyone else? Anyone else? No. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. We're chilling. Welcome in. Almanac, thank you for subscribing. You won the Swell Grand Prix. We're on a level 3 hype train somehow. Jeez. Okay, thank you. How are you guys getting me a hype train and I'm not on stream? How do you do that? What's happening? God, we have so much to talk about. Like, so much to talk about, okay? We have, there's been multiple things happening. Currently, obviously, Streamer University has been happening. I did film a video about Streamer University, the applications and what's been happening because I have thoughts, obviously, as someone who is like if I was just a streamer, I would not be making money to be a full-time streamer. You guys know that, right? Like I make very little money from streaming. My streaming income is like fun money for Hermes. Like that's really it. Like it doesn't pay much. I think we're past the minimums, but it used to be that California, you had to make a certain amount of money a month, or was it a month or a year? I think a year. So I would surpass that. Basically, I've made so little money, they may be like, you don't have to pay taxes on that. Like that's how little money I make from Twitch, okay? I do this because I like to yap. We can do research on stream and watch videos on stream, and I feel like that's a good way to like, one, chat with you guys, work through some video concepts, talk about things that can't, like, sometimes not everything makes it into an hour-long video, sometimes I gotta yap with y'all, you know? So like, but I don't make, you know, I don't print money from it. A lot of streamers don't, you know? My bread and butter is YouTube, okay? Usually Twitch makes more than TikTok. This month, TikTok, I had a few big videos over on TikTok this weekend because JoJo Siwa Cruise. God, you guys, JoJo is shooters, which I knew, no one else seemingly knew, and it's been stressing people out. People are like, girl, are you good? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine, this is fine. I might, keyword might. Thank you for the 10 bits, Almanac. You know, I'm also very bad at like asking for donations from y'all. I'm very bad at asking for gift subs. You guys know this, you know. Probably if I was more of like a you know, spare change. Like probably if I did that more, I'd be a little bit more sustainable, but I just don't like doing it. Like this is fun for me. I enjoy it. Thank you for the bits. So, okay, I want you guys to know, God, what, can I compare this to main channel YouTube? Okay, I wanted to compare this to, I'm gonna post these, weird, cancel. I'm gonna post these to the shorts that I posted on TikTok to long form YouTube as well, okay, the channel, Swell Entertainment, because I just wanted to wait until I was gone because today's video is coming out, so it's like a timing thing, ignore me. Shorts are secondary, okay, but they'll probably get posted tomorrow or so. But so like we'll see, because some of them are not gonna make money on TikTok. Okay, so this month is down a little bit. Okay, this is down. Okay, for this is the last 28 days on YouTube. I'm gonna disclose this to y'all. Okay, I'm disclosing this amount to y'all. Okay, everyone be chill when I tell you about money. Okay, this is not all I made because we also have brand deals. I've got, affiliates, things like that. Okay, this is not the entirety of my income for the last 28 days, okay? And also, this is not the entirety of my income for myself because I pay Sparkly, I pay William, okay? And then brand deals, they take out a chunk. I'm not trying to be like, I'm not bragging. I'm literally giving you like, these are the numbers, okay? Last 28 days on YouTube, okay, as of the 15th, so like yesterday, okay? $6,254. Okay, that's down right now. Okay, usually it would be higher than that. Okay, but that is for 763,000 views. Okay, okay, that's the number. 6K for 700,000 views. Okay, okay. Do you making sure you guys understand that? Okay, then for TikTok. Okay, last 7 days. Okay, 2.2 million views. How much do you think I've gotten on TikTok? 2.2 million views. What do you think I've gotten? Are you okay to be telling us this? Yeah, I don't give a shit. We're fine. I'm telling you, no one's holding a gun to my head. I'm doing this willingly. I'm trying to give you guys an example of how bad TikTok has fallen. $2,000, 30K. God, $300, 30K, 2 quarters. Okay, right now, I don't think it has not processed for yesterday yet. It says $860 for 2.2 million views. And this is why YouTube is more YouTube views, YouTube engagement, YouTube long form is more valuable than TikTok. So, by the end of this month, maybe, hopefully, 1,200. We'll see. Cannes Lions is next week. I usually do a lot of content while I'm at Cannes, so that could be something. Could do horrible. I don't know. But in that, there is a video with 1.6 million views. That's mostly one video. That also has 62,000 shares. There's quite a lot of videos here. Yeah, so, and then there's also sometimes TikTok will just be like, oh, this video is not eligible. So who knows what'll cause that. But I thought that would be interesting to share with y'all just so you guys can see, like, TikTok does not, ever since YouTube, the US bought TikTok, every creator I know that is a full-time TikTok creator, like, that's what they do, at least a 40% drop in income. Most have experienced 70%, okay? There's quite a lot of influencers that are on the down, creators and influencers that are on the down low, probably gonna start looking for jobs soon. So something to think about, don't be shocked. But I talk about this because this is the reality, because in connection to Streamer University, the amount of people that think that Streamer University, attending Streamer University, is gonna be the thing that launches them, false. No, okay? It is a crazy amount of exposure, okay? Collaborating with people, learning from that, you're in other people's streams, like even just the ability to be funny in someone else's stream, could do so much for you exposure-wise. But what do you do with that attention, Because attention for, how long is Streamer University? A week? How many days is it? Does anyone know? I wasn't following it last year, and frankly, the only thing I know coming out of Streamer University from last year was the shit the professors got up to. Like, I can't name you a single person that attended that was like a student that like popped off from that. 3 days and a weekend. Oh, it's 3 days only? People are not paying their rent money for a 3-day fucking, oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Oh God, 3 days. 3 days. Okay, leaving your job. No, and see, that's the thing. The way the people crashing out from Streamer University, the in-person auditions, for those who don't know, so Streamer University, Kai Cenat puts it on. If it weren't for all this bullshit, I do think this would be like very cool. And I do think it is cool because the thing about Streamer University, there is no cost to the attendees aside from obviously your physical presence being there. It is, in theory, like one of the better things that creators have done for putting people on. You know what I'm saying? Because Kai, him and his team pay for flights, food, you've got board for a couple of days, you know, they hook you up, you get access to take classes and like learn from streamers, you are on camera, you get all these opportunities. Just being around a bunch of streamers like that, I'm someone, when I'm around creative people, I'm like, my brain starts going, okay? And it's not even just for myself, like I'm giving other people ideas, like I'm one of those people, okay? And so like it is a great opportunity and it is very cool. However, very few people know how to deal with that environment. The way I explained it is kind of like when someone comes to LA and they're immediately like, I'm gonna get a lead on a show. I'm so good. I am ready for that. But they have no idea about the amount of work that actually takes if you get that opportunity. They've never been prepared for memorizing 10 lines of dialogue in one night, if that. Hey, that scene, all that work you did on that, yeah, we're cutting that. We're doing this instead. We kind of need you to cry on camera now. That's done now. Hey, okay, so this isn't working. We're gonna cut this scene. You're gonna go back to your thing. We're gonna see if we can maybe find someone else that's better than you in this role because this is not working. NerdSync, thank you for the raid. Sorry, I'm talking about Streamer University. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in. Death Pest, you reached a 3-stream streak. Sorry, I don't think I've ever seen your name on there. Good to have you back. Hope your trip was fun. It was a lot. Oh, Kuna, you cheered 100 bits. Thank you for the gay rats. Hello, Raiders. Do you know why closed captions are disabled on your stream, by the way? No, why would they be disabled? It could be I talk too fast. Have we had them disabled before? Have we had them abled before? On Twitch or on YouTube? Are you asking Twitch? Let me check. It could be that I talk too fast and they don't like that. Because it could be that it was just like extremely out. NerdSync Raid, welcome in. Mayo, I've been watching you on YouTube for a while, but I found you via Bose's raid a few streams ago. That's right. Not available for this content on Twitch. Okay, it literally could be that I talk too much at a cadence. Let me see. Content preferences. Profile. No, it'd probably be in streamer. Thank you for following NerdSync. Welcome in. How'd you find my stream? Oh my gosh, hi. Oh yeah, we had follower only on for a very long time because we had lots of trolls. But I don't think it's on anymore. Do I have, how would I even turn on sub only chat? No. Settings, stream. Let's see. Clips. I'm only seeing, I'm not seeing anything about captions on here, unless hang on, wait, captions. I have nothing seemingly that'll allow me to do captions, so I don't know. How time flies. Yeah, it was a very short cruise. But that's the thing with, you know, Streamer University. It's like, okay, are you prepared? Like the amount of people that I found that were like, oh, I've never streamed before, but this must be a sign, like this is Kai telling me I should start streaming. And so they showed up to Streamer University having seemingly never streamed before and not started streaming to go to the auditions. the applications. And even then, just because you go to the application, I think everyone thought like, I think it's twofold here, because every creator, every person on the internet is slightly delusional. I think a little bit of delusion is healthy in adulthood whatsoever. You kind of have to be, otherwise you look at like if we're not delusional, we go into nihilism. You get my point? Like you got to be delusional to believe that there is a better tomorrow, you know, for yourself, for the planet, for the United States of America. God bless. Okay. Okay. Thank you for subscribing with Prime, Vibrant Pixel. You won the Swole Grand Prix. But the thing is that it's okay to be delusional, but to think that like you are God's gift to the internet and that you going to the in-person application is enough. Thank you, Macyachu. Have I ever said your name right, or have I always called you Mac? Macyachu? Is that right? You won the Swell Grand Prix with a Prime boost. Thank you for subscribing. Did I say it right at all? Also, the fact that, can I get Mau Mau to hold this? Hold on. Mau Mau's here, but she's got her hands out like poison, okay? Can I get her? There's no. That would be so sick if I could. Okay, wait. Close enough. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Okay. Okay. But yeah, like to think that that's important, like you're taking a risk, it's taking an opportunity. And I've seen people that were like, oh, it was great. I was collaborating with people. Like we were on each other's streams. We were doing videos, da, da, da. Great. That's fine. But so many people are like, this is bullshit. I waited in line for 6 hours and I didn't even get to meet Kai. I made you something. Dude, what? The amount of people. Thank you, Senia, for subscribing. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Mama looks so funny. Okay, wait, this is perfect. I'm actually obsessed now. This is the move. Chat, this is the move. Thank you, Senia. You were like, oh, I see Mau Mau, I need it. Okay. And I get a lot of people are like, because the comment sections of these videos of people, some people are crying. Thank you for the 10 bits, Almanac. Some of these people in their comment section, some of these people in their videos are crying, like pouring sweat because they've been outside for so long. Some people were pushed out by cops. Someone brought their kid and it's an 18 and up event and they're shocked that they were told to leave, you know? Like there are 17-year-olds showing up that are pissed off they're being pushed away, you know? Like there's people that made AI posters that are like, oh, I should be allowed to, I didn't know AI wasn't allowed. It's not that AI wasn't allowed, it's that you as a creator should be like, I won't do that. Look at Hermes. He's 5 years old now. Look how big he is. Hello, little old man. Anyways, there's online applications, and then out of nowhere with 2 days notice, Kai announced that there was going to be in-person applications in New York, LA, and Atlanta. New York was first, LA was over the weekend, Atlanta, I believe, is currently still happening. Anarchy sent this to me because multiple people have told me I need to apply for Streamer University so I can do a review of it. Okay? So I have since applied to Streamer University. Will I get in? Absolutely the fuck not. For the video, I literally just filmed it on like my photo booth on my Mac on the cruise ship. And I was like, hey, feel free to ignore this. like, here's who I am. Here's what I do. I'm literally on a cruise ship. Here's what my friends really want me to do. Streamer University. I'm already streaming. Here's X, Y, and Z. Here's what I do. Like, I just submitted everything. Atlanta was canceled. No, they definitely have done more. I've seen the lines. They keep getting in line or something's happened. But he's so silly. Look at him. He's mad at me because I stuck his snout in the sink to clean off because he likes to, when I picked him up from boarding today, and I don't know what it is about him that needs him to smell every other dog's pee, but his face was soaked in pee. It was really gross. So he got a face wash in the sink today, and he's mad at me, okay? But you know what? He doesn't smell like weird old man anymore, so we're good, okay? If you did not get admitted, I got into Streamer University. Yeah, no, like, and again, I don't need to go. I'll be fine. My friend even sent me, like, Anarchy sent me the in-person things. I'm like, I'm on the boat. If I was not on the boat, would I have gone to the in-person applications in LA? Yeah, I'm nosy as fuck. Would I have gotten in line? Fuck no. I don't want it that bad. That's fine. Like I absolutely not. I would not have waited in that line. And that's the thing. Like, there's a lot of things I have done in pursuit of content. I've done the waiting in line. I've done the driving 5 hours when I knew there was no chance of getting money, okay? But you know what I always did? I always made sure I had income. You know, I had options. The amount of people that are like, one girl, I think she's trolling. She said that because she used her rent money to get her hair done, but then her hair looks the same. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on here. But then she posted texts showing her mom being like, you cannot come home because of your rent money not being paid or something. Like, so she's like, you guys gotta help me put me on so I can make this rent money back. And it's like, okay, I think she's trolling. But again, it's like, even then, the amount of people trolling in this, I'm just like, we can't all be trolls. You know, not everyone can be making troll content. And that's the thing. So many streamers are doing like the prank troll, let me be a public nuisance content. And I'm not even to say that that's what Kai Cenat is doing or anything like that. But like the amount of people that think that's what streaming is now, like only IRL, only all this, like it's a lot. It's crazy. And so again, even if you waited in line, you know, you're not owed meeting Kai. And a lot of people were pissed because there seemingly was there was a pre-screening process. One dude got racist in one of the things. He was like, yeah, that Arab guy. I was like, whoa, that took a turn. That was crazy. He's like, that guy was mad wrong. I should be able to go in and talk to you. I was like, whoa, we're getting crazy over here. And then there was like a screening team, and like if you didn't get by, if you could not pitch yourself to that first screening team, I don't know what to tell you. Because even if Kai meets you, Kai vibes with you, Kai is like, you know what, let me put you in streamer you. This is gonna be great. Okay, I think you'll do well. You're gonna be auditioning for the rest of your fucking life. Every time I meet someone, I have 540,000 subscribers on YouTube. I have been full-time since 2020. Every time I meet someone, it's an audition. Every time I meet someone, they either need to decide I'm not a psycho, or that I know what I'm talking about, or that I'm not a waste of space. Do I like it? No, but that's the state of being a content creator, okay? It's why I don't have a problem with the directors of Backroom, okay? Or Obsession kind of distancing themselves from YouTube, because they will never only be directors, they will always be seen as YouTubers first. It's the YouTube curse. We've seen this again and again and again. Regardless of what anyone does, they will often be seen as a YouTuber first, and then they're like, they could be these two could win Academy Award tomorrow, okay? And they will still be like, oh my God, the YouTuber. Like that's 100% what's gonna happen, okay? So I don't blame them for being like, I don't really put myself in the YouTube category, you know, the same way that, say, Markiplier did, because Markiplier literally, Iron Lung dropped and then he started streaming again the next day, you know? Like that's him, you know? Yeah, the headline of YouTuber so-and-so won an Academy Award. Exactly. Like, hell, people do the joke all the time. Like Lando Norris, when he became world champion last year, they were like, Twitch streamer Lando Norris. Like, sometimes it's tongue-in-cheek, but a lot of creatives that see YouTube as like, okay, I don't want to do this, but this is my only option to get my work out there, to explore my talents, and to explore building things and making things with my friends and like developing my craft. They don't want to be YouTubers. They want to be directors, writers, actors, etc. And like we see this constantly time and time again. And like the YouTube curse is going to be an ongoing thing. But with these streamers things, I'm just like, you have to like if you can't handle the rejection of being removed, the line being cut off right in front of you, how are you going to make it in the highs and lows of content creation? Truly, like, how are you going to do it? How are you going to go through like what I went through, where I am finally like finished my second associate's degree. I've got a good job at the coffee shop. My dad and I have this deal, and I'm going to give YouTube one last shot for a full year, treating it like a job, one video a week. I had already gone back and forth. I already started doing the Lily Singh thing, okay? And then it's New Year's Eve. My friends are all talking about their grad school programs, and they tell me, hey, it hasn't happened. It's not going to happen. You need to do something else. Like, the cringe content's not really working, okay? And it's like, okay, are you prepared to acknowledge the fact that it's not that your friends hate you, it's not that your friends don't believe in your dream, it's that they want what's best for you, and they want you to not be fucking homeless, okay? They want you to have, you're taking time off of school? That seems risky as fuck. That's really weird. We like, are you sure that's a good idea? Do you know we could? What about Etsy? You were making money on Etsy. You know, like they're concerned. However, are you able to look at that and be like, they're concerned for me, but I know what I want to do. I'm gonna take this risk. I have safeguards in place. I have money in place, and if it fails, it fails. I move on with my life and I go to university as planned. Okay, are you prepared to do that and still make content through that? You know, are you prepared to go through that? Are you prepared to have people, you know, make fun of you to your face? Like literally treat you like shit to your face because they don't recognize your name on site. I've talked about this a lot with Twitch. TwitchCon, as is on its face, is a fucking nightmare when it comes to treating people differently depending on what type of badge they have. And so you were in line with a bunch of people all trying to go and do the same thing, and you think you're better than every other person there, not because you're more talented, because you're owed it? What are we talking about, you know? Cringe content though. I was making commentary videos. I was reviewing products. They thought it was cringe. The end, you know? Alas. I still talk with most of them. One of them became a psycho. Was she there? No, that was a different friend. Anyways. People still talk about how Lily Singh is a YouTuber. Yeah. Hermes is dead of the world. Dude, he gets so wiped out by boarding. He loves playing. It would be really cool if he wasn't a psycho because there's so many dogs in this building that he would love to go play with them in the dog park. But I do think it would be like open season on all the white crusty dogs in this building. I do think he would take a lot of them out. So I can't let him do that. He had a long professional day. I wish I could sleep like that. God, right? I love when dogs sleep like they stood up and then rotated 90 degrees. Yeah. He's a silly boy. I never get I can never, because the thing is reversed, so I never go the right way. Oh, I gotta trim up his legs, I think. He has to go back in a couple of days because I'm going to France. Oh, goodness. But yeah, no, that's the thing. The Stream University thing, I'm just like, anyone who is like going home and pouting, filming a video, crying, filming a video, pissed at Kai, that's not going to be the thing that gets you in. The answer is, you know, go make another fucking video. Like, go make a video. Hey guys, here's all the cool people that I met on Streamer University. Here's some of the things that I learned talking with them. Here's the people I want to put on, you know, like, here's who I think you should check out, whether or not they make it in, you know, good luck to everyone. I don't know. This would be like a really good time to be like, yeah, this is the community. Like, she can be held by anyone and fall asleep in their arms in like 3 seconds. That's crazy. How does he not commit murder at boarding? I'm not there. This is a little protective psycho. He loves me. He loves my dad. Other dogs are come near me. Other people come near me. He's like, I was in Anarchy and Chris's wedding. Okay? They've never met Hermes. They've never been to my apartment. You know, like he is a problem. He's a problem. He really is. Always thinking about content, you know. Yeah, but even then it's like, okay, like the amount of people that weren't streaming, it's Streamer University. You gotta be streaming. If you just made your account the day before, Kai at one point was like, if you made your account yesterday, get the fuck out of line. If you have an AI, a bunch of people made AI think, okay, I don't care what anyone says. Most creators, it seems like Kai included, at the very least, don't like using AI, okay? Regardless of what anyone says. If there is anyone using AI, it's early ideation, but the actual making of a thing, they don't like letting AI touch. They don't want to do that, okay? If I see a channel using an AI thumbnail, I know they're just in it for the money, straight up. And I hope they don't fucking make that money because I think it's lazy as fuck, okay? And so seemingly Kai is the same belief, because if you think that you are owed this opportunity and you want to do Streamer University so badly, why would Kai accept someone who made a flyer with AI when you couldn't even take the time to like open up Canva, open up, hell, you write taking a photo of yourself with your streaming setup and writing on it in like the pen font on Instagram. Please accept me to Stream University, la 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 la. Like that's more fun. Like that at least shows character, you know? But AI slop for your thing of like, please accept me. The amount of people also, God, someone almost gave money to scammers. Guys, there is a fake acceptance letter going around for people applying for Stream University and being public about it. And it's asking for money. The whole point of Streamer University is that it's free. I need us to be smarter. She posted the photo. Like they were like, congrats, you're accepted to Streamer University. And then she was like, you guys, there's scams going around. They almost got 2 bans from me. What do you mean? What do you mean they almost got 2 grand from you? Please tell me you're all smarter than that. And so like, I think that's the thing as well. Because some people are claiming that they got accepted. I'm wondering if they got that fucking email claiming that and then they were paying for it. So it's like, yeah, I got it. It's like, yeah, that's insane. Sorry, the amount of color in my hair, like the variety of color is actually driving me insane right now. This is what happens when I'm in the sun. I also cut my hair today. You can't tell. Not really. I did the Brad Mondo butterfly cut style, but I tweaked it. So we'll see. Because I had some dead ends, but I don't want to go get my hair cut, so. Always a scammer working in the ladders, 100%. I like sleeping to audiobooks. I have ones that are 10 years old to avoid AI, so saw a picture that said, do not plant bamboo near AI data centers. Yeah. They're hard to admit. Yeah, I'm 90% certain though that photo also AI though. That's the thing. It's so fascinating to me the people that are like still anti data center but don't realize that data centers are also because of AI. So if you stop using AI, like the disconnect is driving me insane, you know? Yeah, I do need to touch up my hair color probably before I go to France though. France. Just because I feel like it looks like this patch down here is always going to be so dark because it gets no sun. So like down here by my ears, it's always so dark. I just need to like go and lay like this. I also think I missed like the very bottom of my roots back here. So like it looks crazy. So shiny. Thank you. It feels like it got so dry when I'm in Florida. God, it was 90 degrees in 95 when I was at Animal Kingdom yesterday. Boy, I'm looking at the Stream University app and hearing my own Green Goblin voice for it, LOL. You should apply, sparkly apply. I definitely think like there's probably like 80 million people that applied for Streamer U, you know what I'm saying? But I do think everyone should apply because I think it's funny. I straight up in my video was like, I'm not gonna get this and that's okay. For when I was filming my video on the boat, I wanted to make sure I knew the application process so I could apply. 80 million, probably. I'm using hyperbole, but still. The VTube Studio LMAO. Yeah, dude, apply as a VTuber. I'm sure there are VTubers that are applying, but I think that'd be really funny. Also, people were pissed because they were like, oh, Kai was only talking to big streamers or established streamers. No, those are the clips you were seeing because... No. Hang on, sorry. I'm correcting someone. Sorry, the Netflix is gonna make a series for Icebreaker, by Hannah Grace, which is a horrible book. It is not good. Icebreaker is a bad hockey ice skating series or a book novel. It's so long. It's so not good. Okay. And I said, I posted, I was like, the way this book would not end, and frankly, I think her skate partner should have gotten his shit rocked. I hated the transferred out thing. Someone said I love the baby in the cup at the end because she somehow wins an Olympic event while her body undergoes a rapid change in the center of mass. It implies that he is a terrible player and got drafted way lower than expected. And I said, I replied because I was like, false. The end of the book is that she's pregnant in the epilogue, and she's pregnant because while she was nervous for the Olympics, she threw up her, she was so nervous she got sick before competing and threw up her birth control, and then got the gold medal, and then got pregnant immediately, and then her boyfriend wins the cup that same period of time, not long after. It's a horrible book. It's really bad. But yeah, I hated her skate partner originally in the book. She ends up doing singles and doing fine. But she had a skate partner that had to lift her, and he basically gave her body dysmorphia and a eating disorder because he would make her meal plans that had no nutritional value and would regularly be like, did you eat a burger or something? Every time he had to lift her. Rather than him lifting weights and getting stronger, he would regularly criticize her body and then tell her not to eat that much, or that, oh, are you even eating? Like, and I was like, I want his shit rocked. Then he gets her boyfriend, this guy that she's sleeping with, like, gets him kicked off of the hockey team for a little bit because he's fucking around playing football and hurts his wrist, but then claims that he beat him up so that he could get him away from her. Whole thing, okay? I wanted his shit to get rocked, and his shit never got rocked. He just got, like, he transferred to another school. It's also the longest book ever, and they're just fucking page after page after page. He eats her out in a Minion costume at one point, like, just again and again and again, okay? Like, that's like their first intimate experience, is he's dressed as a Minion and eats her out. Like, that's okay? Like, and it's so much, and she's also hooking up. I do like this book compared to some of the other books, because rather than him being like a total, like, he's hooking up with everyone, I think he is at the beginning, but she's also fucking like this really hot basketball player at the beginning. Like, the first sex scene I think that we see is her and this other dude. Like, it's so fucking long, and the book never ends. It's like 800 pages, it felt like. It's probably not, but it was like the longest audiobook I've ever heard in my fucking life. It's so fucking long. What do you mean? Wait, watch it not be a Minion costume. Am I wrong? I also saw, so some fucking psycho incel dude basically decided that it was a really good idea to go on Twitter and talk about blue balls and how women are so manipulative. He called us foids already. Foid detected, opinion not listened to. If I hear the word foid come out of your moid too. I don't like women using that term either. It's fucking weird. I don't like it. It's fucking condescending. I fucking hate it, okay? Foids are female humanoids, okay? It's what they call women. And I fucking hate it, okay? It's bad. But he basically started talking about how women really, well, like, how do you sleep at night knowing that you're letting a man be in severe pain and agony with blue balls? Like, how come we're not taught? See, a lot of you need to go back to sex ed because you need to learn how painful that is for men. And then every woman is quote tweeting and being like, actually, sex ed, they talked about that to us, and they literally said, hey, this is not a medical risk. Their balls are not going to explode. It will go away. They will be fine. Do not let them manipulate you into having sex. Don't, I don't care, basically. I got that sex ed lesson in high school. Hey, it's not a medical emergency. He won't die by not fucking you. You'll do not do something you're not willing to do, okay? And then in the comments section to his own reply, he was like, can't wait to see Foids trying justify non-consensual making out. Okay, now he's not saying non-consensual making out as in like someone forcing themselves onto someone who does not want to make out with them. No, he's referring to non-consensual making out as if any form of kissing, any form of making out that doesn't end with him getting to fuck you is non-consensual because it's manipulative. And again, what the fuck is wrong with everyone? Everyone's lost their minds. Everyone's lost their fucking minds. Everyone's lost their fucking minds. In particular. And again, I'm just like, every day I have to fight. I have to fight to not slip further into misandry. I really do. I have great men in my life. I have men I love and adore, okay? Am I sleeping with them? Fuck no, okay? But I love and adore them, okay? They're good men. They have great partners. They are great people, okay? And then I come online and every day there's a new thing trying to convince me that I should get a pitchfork and come at men. And unfortunately it comes from fucking men. Oh my God. My bisexuality slips further into lesbianism. Exactly. God, my friend is at the PWHL draft right now. And I'm like, you have my number to hand out, right? I'm like, if you meet anyone age appropriate, hit me up. How do you even come across these things online? I'm scrolling Twitter. And what it was is because I follow a lot of women that are feminist journalists or feminist writers or just like human beings. They reply to these things and then it ends up on my feed and then I click it because I'm like, let's hear his fucking argument because I'm open to new ideas. And then I see that drivel and that's psychosis and I'm just like, Jesus fuck, you know? We know Amanda loves an athlete. I do love an athlete. Oh, your mistake is Twitter. Unfortunately, it is still accurate. How else am I going to get accurate hour by hour updates on the algae-infested reflecting pool in DC? How else am I going to get that if I'm not on Twitter, chat? Blue Sky doesn't provide that. It just does not. I'm sorry. Flirting by proxy is crazy, Amanda. I mean, hey, I don't like the apps. You know what? Hell yeah. Even as a bi person, I've come to understand why women of all sexualities turn to political lesbianism. But even then, it's like there's not even political lesbianism. It's like personal singleness. Like even with women right now, I have zero desire to date. You know, like truly zero. I'm just like so. I didn't have to explain to a single fucking person aside from the people of my friends that were like, why the fuck are you on a JoJo Siwa cruise? It's like, because obviously I wanted to go on a JoJo Siwa cruise. This is important to me. I needed to go, okay? I'm going to France next week, and no one's going to be like, oh my God, what do you mean? What are you going to do in France? No one's in my ear complaining. It's great. The glory of not being on Twitter is living near the Canes and only finding out they won this morning on the radio. There you go. Listen, I'm not on Twitter. You are the one that gives me updates on Twitter stuff. Valid. You know what? True. Reddit is also worse. Exactly. Again, it's like the non-consensual making out is what really got me too, because it was like to use foids and non-consensual making out in the same fucking tweet. And again, I'm just like, why do you think women, like, you should be really lucky women aren't attacking you with hammers. Like, men really don't get it. Like, no fault, whenever they come after no fault divorce, whenever they come after, you know, like the right to choose, whenever they come after, you know, the phrase no means no. Like, it's like the alternative is women start killing you. Like, that's the alternative. Because you guys love killing us. Like, I saw a great post where it was like, men can't cry. Okay, well then do it anyways. You guys aren't supposed to kill people and you do it anyways too. So it's like, you know, like it's the cesspit to bring up absolute dog shit to show us like a proud child. The straight up worms. Here's the worms of Twitter today, you know? Oh God. What else? Okay. Oh, I hate this. I'm not showing the video because it's horrific, and I'm hoping for blatant negligence because I'm really hoping it's not the snuff film theory that I saw. But I also hate because someone said that it was her boyfriend filming. I don't know how true that is. There was a young woman, she was 21 years old, and she was murdered in Brazil because she went bungee jumping. And 3 people were operating the bungee jump, and 2 of them held her up and threw her over, and none of the 3, none of the people around said anything because she wasn't attached. She fell. There's reports now saying that she lived. I honest to God, I had hoped that she passed before she realized what happened. That's what I'd hoped. But it sounds like she may have lived for a little bit because a nurse, an off-duty nurse, was able to get to her and said that she had a pulse. There's some conflicting reports on whether or not she was conscious or not. My father is now calling. It's like I hearing me talk about someone traveling, and it's summoned him. Hold on. He asked how Hermes was and then said something that I couldn't understand because it was garbled, and then he hung up. Sorry, hang on. I'm making sure. Okay. So she is passed. They did arrest all 3 of the men. One of them hid in the woods, apparently. The one in the back, the one that was monitoring the situation. The implication, again, if her boyfriend was fucking there and he is the one that was filming, there's multiple angles. This is what I hate about this, because unfortunately with a lot of these things, there's usually people filming. Like, there's multiple angles. But someone that was filming in one of the clips, they seemingly focus on the rope coiled on the ground that's clearly not fucking attached to her. And then she is thrown. So there are some people that are thinking that it may have been a snuff film. There are more videos probably out there. I don't want to fucking look for them. I don't want to see them. It's horrifying. And again, it's like, it's one of those things. It's kind of like one of those things where I talk about with, like, say, Alpine Divorce. When we've talked about this, for those of you who don't know, Alpine Divorce is usually, hold on. It always focuses on, there we go. Alpine Divorce is when a couple typically is on a hike or an outdoor expedition of some sort, mountaineering, whatever, and either the boyfriend straight up breaks up with her on the trail, or just straight up is like, you're taking too long, and walks off essentially and abandons her. Whether intentionally with a breakup or not, whether with the intent of violence or not, it is abandonment. It can be very disconcerting. It can kill someone, and there was a death months ago. There was a trial. I believe he was charged with manslaughter. I did a video on this. We talked about this, but it's one of those things that I've seen. There's a it's Mel Hammond, I believe, on TikTok. She has talked a lot about men in the outdoors world, and because she was an outdoor guide, she did whitewater rafting, she did a bunch of stuff in the outdoors world, and she always would talk about how you could tell when a man was going to be a problem, because it would always be someone who pretended they knew more or things like that. But also there is an element of just like, when you have a relationship and you don't know, like, the level, like to not speak up, to not say anything. I don't know if they're also looking at him whatsoever. I don't know if he fucking booked this thing. You know, apparently she did a bunch of outdoors activities. Apparently she was a frequent traveler. So she probably didn't even think about the possibility that she would not be hooked up. They tell you, though, when you're doing these things, like, don't look at your clip. I'm focusing on your clip. Do not touch your clip. I got it. Like, so, like, to properly be someone that is doing the bungee jumping, you're not supposed to engage with the clip whatsoever. You're trusting that they got it because they don't want you accidentally fiddling with something and undoing it. To be so worrying in their brevity. So it's just it sucks and I hate it. But I'd really hoped the small solace of hoping that she passed before she realized what had happened. But apparently she lived a little bit, which I hate. Hate that so much. From what I'd heard, the people who were in charge of clipping and securing passed out when they realized what they did. Apparently someone fled and they had to find him in the woods because they did arrest all three of them. And again, it's like you should not be to be doing. I don't care how long you've been doing it. All three of them fucking failed. All three of them didn't realize. All three, like, that's at the very least, I think negligent homicide. Negligent manslaughter. Sorry, negligent manslaughter. Let's see. Spanish language media is reporting that all are being charged with murder. Yeah. Yeah, because again, it's like, oh, I didn't know there was a baby in the car when I plowed into it with my sports car. Like, doesn't fucking matter, you know? Okay, I'm open to most teams. My friend said I had to delete my video. I didn't, obviously, because not doing that. Because America won their first game, and I was like, okay, all right. So far, Mexico has been winning, though, I admit, as far as the Swell Entertainment yelling. Also, seeing the South Koreans and like Mexico together is very fun. They look like they're having a party. I've loved all. Have you guys seen Freddie on Twitter, though? Freddie is a German fan, I believe, who's been following the German team, and he is very much enjoying his time in the United States. He got to go to NASA today and like go inside the pod. like they're like, he is doing great PR for the United States because he's just in awe of everything and they keep hooking him up with things. Bungee jump again. Yeah, I would not be shocked if the bungee jump industry needs like a huge overhaul after this, because the amount of people that straight up will not do it in various countries now, I'm sure, or at all, is gonna be insane. The Scots in Boston are having a blast. I know. The UK. Okay, some of the people visiting, they're like, okay, I went to all your recommendations. Some of them are hitting like 5 fast food spots in one fucking day. How is their... I need them to check their cholesterol when they get home. I am very curious how their stomachs are feeling. by the time they go home. Like, did anyone weigh themselves before coming to America? Because I do think some of them are going to be up weight wise. Okay, so some of them are really, they're eating special occasion food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, see, I feel like they're going to, like, I'm worried it's going to come back around full circle where it's like, oh my God, America's amazing. America is actively trying to kill its people because look at what my health looks like when I came home. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, also, yes, but also, like, you're eating, you're eating like a crazy person. Sorry. Oh. Elevation in which they are not given the time to acclimatize. Yeah, no, that's bad. Again, so much of this is not being run well, and like I low key the hydration break, I thought the fucking game had ended when I was watching. I think it was Brazil and Morocco. I dead ass. I didn't know they were doing the hydration break, and I was like, oh, is the game over? Like that was fucking dumb. That was really fucking long. Said they love Chili's and Applebee's and we're going to In and Out after the game. I love it. Let's see. Okay. So you guys want to hear about the cruise? The video is going to be out next Tuesday. Okay. It's the plan. Next Tuesday is the cruise video. And overall it was a lot. Like it was a lot. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I didn't have fun because I did. Like my goal is always to have fun though. But like I said, JoJo is shooters. And some of them are in, like, they're persistent. Like, to the point that I was like, my friends were telling me just to block a few of them. And I typically don't do that. There is a likelihood that I will get death threats for my video. And it would be the first time in a while that I've gotten death threats from a man that didn't think that he didn't have a chance with me. Like, it would be a while that I got it from women. Seemingly adult women. And so that'll be interesting. I don't know. We'll see, you know, and I want to make it very clear. Everyone I met in person was very sweet until at the very, very end when people started seeing my videos, it seemed like. I got a few little like snide little comments where I was just like, okay, hi. Yeah, you'll see me on social media? Great. Nice meeting you, you know, like, because again, I'm not doing this shit. Either don't be passive aggressive to me. If you have a problem, say it. We're not doing the, I saw your videos. Okay. And, you know, didn't do anything bad in them, so what's the point? Other than admit that I am not a hardcore JoJo fan. That's it. That's it. You know? The one guy on TikTok who kept saying you were spreading misinformation, that was not a guy that was, if it's the person you're talking about, there was one girl that was, I replied to her comment, and then she didn't reply to me to that video. She replied to other people's comments. And now straight up, every time I've seen someone talking about the JoJo Siwa cruise, like any of the drama accounts or anything like that, It's like, you guys, the JoJo Siwa cruise is real and it's happening. Like, I see her in every single comment section and I'm just like, okay. How much bedazzling was happening on the cruise? Quite a bit. There was a bedazzle package that was, I believe, $525, where you could bring something and they would bedazzle it for you. I don't know if anyone did this. I've not seen anyone post that they had this done, but there was that. I do think that her and her team made a bulk of their money from the add-on packages, but I'm not sure how much that would be, you know? The goth era and tradwife bit, no. Okay, can I be totally frank? I don't know how much of this is going to be in the video, okay? I may trim some of this out, okay? I was expecting way more gay people. I was expecting a pretty large, like 20-something LGBT girly attendee. That's what I was expecting, okay? And like I was expecting, I don't know, she's currently dating a man, okay? Which again, I have found that she has on multiple occasions referred to herself as pansexual, so that's the only reason I'm talking about this. Normally I would not be speculating about someone's sexuality, but she herself very publicly only dated women for several years, okay? And she herself also said that she is the CEO and or founder, I believe, of gay pop. She claims that she pioneered the gay pop genre. So to completely erase that part of her identity, it seems like karma is karma. Like karma is very present on this cruise, but like she only mentioned Dancing with the Stars at the very end. And like she was runner-up on Dancing with the Stars. Like she made history on Dancing with the Stars, not just being runner-up, but she was the first same-gendered pairing on Dancing with the Stars. That was a huge deal, you know? And so to see so much of her audience, like so much of the people that were there, so much of the women that were there, I should note, were not fans of her that watched her on Dance Moms. And I want to make that very clear. A lot of them seemingly became fans of her in the last year because of Celebrity Big Brother and because of her dating Chris Hughes, which filled in the gap, because the lack of gay people was not making sense to me, straight up. I was like, this doesn't track. Like, I understand the few people that are here because they've like been watching her since Dance Moms. AUDC got a lot of brought ups, which is Abby's Ultimate Dance Competition, which I didn't realize had this much of a fandom, but she was very involved in that show, so that could be why a lot of the kiddies were there. XOMG Pop was her dance group, which had a messy fall apart, is my understanding. A lot of the kiddies brought that up as well. Peanuts, as JoJo was calling them. And then some people brought up Karma. She brought up Karma as if it was like a separate thing from her music, which I thought was interesting. How you will know me from Karma, you know, or Boomerang, or this one, like she would bring up different things. She didn't, when she was doing all that though, she didn't bring up Dancing with the Stars, which I thought was interesting. And then she brought up, she did bring up Special Forces, which is like a show where celebrities go on and they like literally train like special forces and then like do things. No one recognized her from that, which I thought was really funny, or like found her from that. And then when it came to how many people know me from Celebrity Big Brother, the crazy thing about Celebrity Big Brother is that so she was on that show. She went on that show. She had a girlfriend. She had a girlfriend that claimed later that they were thinking about getting married, which JoJo's very young. So I'm like, please God, no. Like even if she pulls up tomorrow and is like, me and Chris are engaged, I'm going to be stressed. Okay. As the big sister that I am, and how I imprint on most young famous celebrities that are younger than me. Okay. But she was on Celebrity Big Brother, and while she was on Celebrity Big Brother, for those who don't know, there was a huge scandal in the opening because, let me make sure I got the name right. Hold on. I don't want to get this wrong. Yes, okay, so I was right. So when she was first on Celebrity Big Brother, she was involved, and by involved I mean this was done to her, okay? Mickey Rourke was also on Celebrity Big Brother, and he made comments about like not understanding why she was into girls and things like that. And she was like, well, you don't have to understand it. She was trying to like help explain things. I do think how she was on Celebrity Big Brother is as close to her actual personality as like we have ever seen her, okay? But he made comments that were homophobic. He basically, I think the line was like, oh, if you come with me, I'll make sure you're not into girls anymore, or something like that. And he was removed from Celebrity Big Brother for unacceptable behavior. offensive language he had used. He's also 72, and JoJo was 16, or was not 16, sorry, 22, sorry. Um, da, 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 da. And then also used behavior and language considered to be threatening and aggressive towards fellow housemate Chris Hughes later. Ella Ray also said made her feel uncomfortable. Was it removed for the lines? Yeah, no. Just days before the BAFTA winning star, the wrestler received a formal warning. He only got a warning for that? So he wasn't removed for what he said to JoJo. He only got a warning for what he said to her? And then also said he was going to vote the lesbian out real quick when talking about getting rid of her. According to the transcript released by ITV ahead of Wednesday evening's episode, Rourke first asked Siwa if she liked boys or girls. She replied, "Girls, my partner is non-binary." He then told her, "If I stay longer than 4 days, you won't be gay anymore. I can guarantee I'll still be gay and I'll still be in a very happy relationship," she said. He then made the comment about voting her out and apparently referred to an earlier conversation about the smoking area when he said, "I need a fag," before a fag, i.e. a cigarette, before gesturing to Siwa and adding, "I'm not talking to you." And then he referred to her. I know I was talking of, after being told he couldn't say that by Hughes, Rourke claimed, "I know I was talking about a cigarette." Rourke was called into the diary room where Big Brother told him his language was offensive and unacceptable and gave him a formal warning. So again, and then, so obviously in this, reading this is from 2025, Chris, which is now her current boyfriend, okay, was very protective and defensive of her in this time, okay? And seemingly this is why he was actually removed. Further inappropriate behavior because he was threatening and aggressive towards fellow housemate Chris Hughes, the BBC understands. No physical altercation took place between the pair. And then there was the sexual language from that Ella Ray Wise said made her feel uncomfortable. So he was removed for several things, but the kickoff was the homophobic shit towards JoJo, okay? And so then over time, they started canoodling on set and being cuddled up. Again, she has a girlfriend at home. And the whole time everyone was like, the fuck is happening, okay? Now, when all this was unfolding, I looked at this and I was like, okay, I think this is, transparent is not the word, but like looking at this is not gonna be in the video, obviously, but like looking at this, I was like, okay, this seems like, he did get kicked off after that, but it was not because he was homophobic to JoJo. He got kicked off later. And then she was upset that like there weren't like, she got a letter from her at one point and she was upset that there wasn't like no hugs and kisses, no love in the letter. And it's like, you've been canoodling with a man on camera. What are we talking about? And like, I think this is transparent in that JoJo has been, you know, was a child star her entire life. She's been famous since she was like 8, if that, okay? She was, for most of her teenage years, still doing the giant toddler JoJo with a bobo, you know, shtick, okay? And then she, at 17, got her first girlfriend, and that they, I think, realized they couldn't hide it, and so she kind of came out and was like, I'm in love with her. She's as happy as I've been. They were together for a couple months, then she was with another girlfriend, and she's had a messy string of exes, like not messy as in the exes are messy, like there's some, like, I am 85% certain the cruise ship we were on is the cruise ship that she broke up with her girlfriend on. I.e., they were on the cruise with Nia, which is another girl from Dance Moms, and her partner. And they literally filmed videos like, "Sorry I broke up with you" present, you know, like while they were on the cruise, her and her girlfriend. And JoJo at one point during the cruise was like, "Yeah, I love this boat. I've been on this boat before. I picked out this boat specifically." And I was like, is this the fucking boat? And but she's done quite a few Royal Caribbean cruises, so it probably is not the boat. She did go on Art of the Sea with Chris last year, so she clearly loves Royal Caribbean. Do be messy like that. So and again, but then so since she's been with Chris, she has gone hardcore into seemingly I'm not gay anymore. Okay. Now as a bisexual woman, I'm like, yikes. Okay. However, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I have never met a lesbian and someone that I've been friends with for years that the entire time they thought they were a lesbian, a lot of times thought they were a Gold Star lesbian, and then they met a man, just happened to meet the right person, you know, and they were like, okay, I think I'm bi and I don't know how to deal with that, you know. And so like they like, I think it's a spectrum. I think things can change and happen. It's not a choice, you know. Like I think that, you know, she's young and she's figuring herself out. You know what I'm saying? I did find things saying that she was pan, that she herself has said she was pan. I don't know if she still identifies as that. There is seemingly no evidence of the history of JoJo in reference to like her being out, like at all, seemingly like it's like she's built herself a new bedazzled closet, like I don't know how else to describe it. And it was sad is not the word. I was just confused because she's in it full in. It's not like anyone's asking her to do it. And like the thing is too, it's like she got with Chris a few months later, literally while I was in France, because I remember I was talking about this with my friends at the time while we were there, because she had posted a video. And JoJo at the time, I fully thought she was doing a bit with Chris. I'm not gonna lie, because she posted a video where she was like, come with me to my boyfriend's house, but I have jet lag, get ready with me, you know, whatever. And it was like her getting ready in his apartment, seemingly in the UK. And she makes coffee at one point, and Chris is 36. How old is Chris? She's 23. He's 32, sorry. Yeah, see, Hughes 32 had comforted Siwa 21 in Wednesday's episode after Work's comments. And so when I saw all of this, I was like, okay, I think this is, you know, it also could be, again, she's been very young. Her parents had her very sheltered. Like, I'll never forget there was a prank video that JoJo put out where she hid a camera in her room when she was like 16 or 15, I believe. And she told her mom she had a boyfriend. And her mom like got really upset, and it was like a whole thing. It's like, it's a prank, haha. And I was just like, this is scary, you know? And as someone who also was not allowed to date, but also was not a public fucking figure when I wasn't allowed to date, and that like, then suddenly, funny enough, suddenly when I was like 17 and still not dating, my mom was like, you're a lesbian, aren't you? And I was like, what? Who the fuck am I gonna date now? I think all these boys are weird, and also internally I'm like, I kind of like girls, but I'm not fucking telling you that, you know? Like, so I don't know how much like exposure, access, I don't know how much she's been around men that she could be attracted to, you know, or that were attracted to her, if that makes sense. And so that's where I'm like giving her grace as far as her like relationship goes, because I'm like, I think she's young and I don't think she's been able to figure herself out. And so, but she was always allowed to be around girls, which would make sense if she was like, oh, she figured out those feelings first, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining this well at all. But like seemingly because she's so into Chris, and like, I don't think that they're faking it. There are some accusations of them faking their relationship. I don't think that's the case. Frankly, I learned a little too much about their sex life this weekend. From the stories and questions, and some people are very like gung-ho about asking questions about that. I think there were too many children around for some of these jokes and comments that were being made, but that's just me. Not my circus, not my children. You know, it's crazy that it's so public. See, and that's my hesitation, and I talked about this in the video. I get scared and I get concerned as a woman that's been on the internet for so long, but also as a businesswoman myself. JoJo's a businesswoman. JoJo's a millionaire. JoJo has so much fucking money, okay? JoJo has a fucking merch empire. This girl was printing money when she was 14, okay? Like, I have no idea what the money situation is like right now, but at the time, she was like, you could not look at an accessories display and not see a JoJo Siwa item. You know, like she had a corner on every, if it could be sold to young girls, there was JoJo branded merch everywhere. I overheard one of the mobs was talking about how literally for back to school, like the buying guide for uniforms, it says no bows, and then in parentheses, no JoJo bows. Like, that's motion that schools have to warn parents, hey, if your daughter comes to school with a big ass fucking bedazzled rhinestone bow, they're not going to be able to wear it, but like, it's going to be confiscated. They're going to have to put it in their backpack. Like, that's fucking motion. Okay. That's crazy. Thank you for following. Like, but that's been such a part of her life. And then when she did Karma was such a, let's get rid of all of this, you know, JoJo's different. Like, I'm making this huge switch. No one's made this aggressive of a switch in my generation. Like, this is such a hardcore switch. And then she got with Chris, and then she's like, I'm Joelle now. I will say the Joelle was not present much. There was one point where she was like, because she brought the Peanuts and the big kids up on stage at one point and did like a dare thing. And she was like, okay, your team, Bobo, I'll be JoJo, and then the big kids, the teenagers and the adults are Joelle, you know? That was really it. There was no more Joelle present, seemingly, the entire rest of it. I just worry this will turn into C, it's just a phase, or C, oh, I mean, yeah, that's exactly what this is. Petty, that's what she's been doing. She performed Betty Davis eyes, seemingly to go full, okay, should we just start going through music? Should we just, I don't, like, this is gonna get turbo nuked, but like, I just wanna show, I feel like I need to show you so you understand. Let me show you old school JoJo, and then we'll go through this. Okay, yeah, so Serendipity is currently stuck in my head. Serendipity is in, so Infinity Heart London. So she just did a very successful tour in the UK. So a lot of the people that were on this cruise were from the UK or surrounding areas. And again, I think that that's what's filling in the gap for me is the Love Island of it all. Because Chris Hughes, her now boyfriend, was on Love Island in 2017. Yes, I'm not certain. And I don't know if you guys know, the Love Island reality TV fan base is a lot. They're very dedicated. USA's Love Island fan base occasionally scares the fuck out of me. Because the way that they latch onto couples and latch onto people scares me. And so I think a lot of this fandom discovered JoJo in the last year from Celebrity Big Brother, from when she was with Chris, when she got with Chris, which explains the older crowd of more adults and parents that are not like Dance Moms people. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that explains the straight women. You get my point? Like, that explains the straights. Straight sounds bad. I'm not trying to, I don't have a problem with straight people. I'm gonna get canceled. I'm just like, I was shocked by the lack of gay people. I really was surprised. And I get it. Someone could look at me and be like, you're not bi, you're not into girls. So I get it, okay? I get it. There's probably more, okay? People that were into girls there. It's not just me. There was one couple that was openly together. So I was like, okay. Heterophobia confirmed. You're so right. Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's what this is, but then also thinking like, because it was just like a startling lack of like gay. I don't know what to tell you, you know, like, or bi, you know? And it's like for myself, like, I don't know, when I'm with a guy, I'm not like, oh yeah, no, I'm not into girls anymore. Like, that's gone, you know? Okay, how do I start? Did she delete everything? No, she did not. There's no way she deleted music. Karma is the only, holy shit, she deleted music. Okay, do I have to pull up, what else do I have to pull up? Boomerang isn't even on here. Okay, this is just the music page. Hold on, because she has a YouTube channel. Yeah, see, this is still old school JoJo. Hold on. Okay, this is still old school JoJo. This is her YouTube channel. She was huge on YouTube. Okay, she's got 12 million subscribers. Okay, hold on, let me move this. This is JoJo. This is her when she's a child here. But she's probably like maybe 14, 15 here. And this is like all of JoJo Siwa's music videos. Okay, so this one just turned 10 years old. 1 billion views is fucking crazy on Boomerang. That's fucking insane. Kid in a Candy Store. She performed most of these songs, I would say. And I did not realize how many of them I knew the words to. Okay, 5 years ago. Every Girl's a Super Girl. She did music during her time when she was out. Yes? Does she not have her other video? Okay, hold on. It's just all... Okay, here's the other stuff. Message to the World. 6 months ago. Oh, she did some Christmas stuff. Infinity Heart Tour. Oh, this is just a re-upload. Some of these are re-uploads when she's a kid, but she's been online for a very long time. JoJo Siwa, she did a TEDx talk. Let's see, JoJo Target Challenge. I can't believe it. Watch this. This is her and her dance partner for Dancing with the Stars. My favorite JoJo holiday items. See, this is her girlfriend. This is from 3 years ago. This is Disney. Yeah, this is when her hair was shorter. She had shorter hair at one point. So these are videos. Is this the last time she posted videos of her girlfriend? Her ex? This is Avery. They've been separated for a very long time. A TEDx talk about what? I'm not certain. Okay. This is 45 minutes long. That's an hour long. Okay, she was doing vlogs. But like you can see. Oh my
God! So tiny. Today, I wanted today to be my first day back vlogging because it's gonna be a really fun, exciting day. There's lots happening today. It is Brooklyn from my girl group XOMG Pop. It is her birthday today, so everyone...
Girl group is her dance group, XOMG Pop. I actually had one of their videos, one of the girls, former girls, hit my feed actually, because JoJo Siwa's like dance studio just shut down. She's moved, they're looking for new locations, I believe. But she posted like an in memoriam, like, oh, all these memories or whatever, and posted a photo of one of the XOMG Pop girls in like a group shot. And she was like, why the fuck am I on your story, basically, because supposedly, I believe the accusation is that JoJo never paid them what they were owed for deals and things like that she facilitated for the girl group. And so these girls are now older and still have not been paid, I believe is one of the accusations. I don't know how accurate this is. I don't know if this is still the case, but that video did just hit my feed literally yesterday.
Of the kiddos' birthdays, now that we hit year 2, I guess we just hit year 1. It's our second year? I don't know. We just had our 1-year anniversary. There it is. We do a really fun birthday celebration for them. We let the kid, whoever's birthday it is, pick what we do, where we go, and...
I'm skipping around.
Moment of truth.
Fancy vlogging.
No, you haven't.
No, I'm sorry you were gonna vlog, but you never did.
I did like 1 day rehearsal. Kiddos are coming. I think it is.
Yeah, I believe it's her that I saw.
In a cup. It's almost done. It has 20 seconds. Okay, it looks pretty good. It's like, sure as heck can't tell you how I did it, but I got everything in one. That was Tommy Tuna. We're like the.
Oh yeah, Tommy Tuna is her dad. They call him Tuna. If you call him anything else, seemingly it's a bad thing. But he was vibing the entire cruise. That was the other thing that I thought was very interesting, and I think the main reason that this cruise worked is that her team has been with her since 3 years ago, if not longer. Like, so aside from her parents, like her whole team seemingly is very tight knit, and so therefore they work really well together, which I think is why this cruise worked and was as well run as it was. However, like, I won't tell you like the little edits that I would make. That's for the video itself. But like, it's
Brady Bunch loaded
like
into the van. Everybody.
I met her, you know, like her team has been very tight knit.
This song is playing right now. Victoria was made up by a dude. Yeah.
Sitting here tonight.
Does she not?
No,
She does. Fully, that corner. Avery's first time without gutters. Get it.
This is Avery. This is her ex-girlfriend.
Oh! You don't need no bumpers. No, you don't. Did I call them gutters? I called them gutters, didn't I? You killed it. You do not need bumpers, sweet girl. She moves sides. Normally she's right here.
She's someone that is very on, and like that's the thing that I get so not worried about with teen child stars. Like what she was able to do this weekend, she could only have done if she was a child star. Truly, like it's the same way that I was impressed by the Jonas Brothers Jonas Con when I did that last year. Their performances as well could only be achieved by someone that went through the rigor of being famous at 13. Like truly, like there's certain the things that Miley Cyrus has been able to do. You know, there's certain celebrities that you can just tell, like, oh, you had a kid star phase, you know. But I want to show some of the music. Do we not have more music aside from this time? 4 years ago. This is her with her dance partner.
Everyone, Dancing with the Stars is live right now, which means voting is open. Yes. You can go to abc.com and text JoJo to 21523 10 times to vote for us. 10 times. You can vote 10 times on each. Here we go.
My first world premiere, the J Team. I made Dancing with the Stars. Like, I made history on Dancing with the Stars. She literally did. Like, that was a huge deal. Here, let me hang on. Like, literally made history on Dancing with the Stars, slime time, making slime reactions. Zendaya was on my plane, OMG. Do we have more? Was she? See, she was still dressing like in the bow style here. But I don't know how many of these are re-uploads. Because when did she... This is her song, The J Team. It was on Paramount Plus. Okay, here's a music sample.
You be you, I be I. Together it's you and I, you and I.
She did not. She still sells bows, but like she's not been doing the bow thing for a very long time. Yeah, this is a vault. So yeah, these are older videos, I believe. Her and Logan Paul is killing me, actually. These are, I think, older videos that she re-uploaded. Because yeah, I think that's an ex-girlfriend, I believe. Let me see.
Ready to go play with an alpaca?
Yes, ex-girlfriend.
Yes, sir. I'm sir. Yes.
It's funny because she totally is a type in girls too. Like, her type is so apparent, actually.
Lovey. Shut up. She loves me, guys. Babes, are you gonna play with an alpaca? My entire family loves me. Bella's having a heart attack right now.
It looks like a Q-tip.
What day is it? It's just another Friday.
It's another Friday. I will, dude. Oh my God. Who's this little guy? Are you just a little baby goat?
Leash doesn't even hardly fit around his neck. It's like...
Do you get the baby sweeping?
The stage in the backyard is kind of camp. I'm obsessed with it. You guys can't see it. She's a full stage in her backyard.
I'm good with kids.
Gotta look pretty for the judge.
Like that's kind of, I'm kind of obsessed. I think I need, like this is future. I will just be doing perform. You guys have to see me do the entire performance of Hamilton. Like if I have a yard, I will just be making a stage.
Yes. Here we go. Warm up. Here we go. Strut and strut and strut and strut. Blow kisses to the judges.
Oh man, we got an alpaca.
So there's, okay, so there's this. What's another, should we play the original Boomerang so then I can show you some of the other music? Where's Boomerang? Like this is, she's a baby in this, but I want to show you. God, hang on. Okay. Let me find. Okay, let's play Boomerang. She's an infant here. That's all the Mean Girls. That's all the Mean Girls are the Dance Moms girls, by the way. But some of the girls are in it. Let's see. Bro Club kind of goes hard. That's really camp.
They can keep talking that talk.
God, the
I'ma keep
style
up my
though,
walk.
like this is such my childhood style-wise. Like it's actually
And I want
crazy.
you a sound.
Like this.
Yeah, they're just trying to see.
Oh God, like I truly, like I wore this and I thought I was the coolest fucking person in 5th grade. Like I had a streak. I had a colored streak in my hair. She's a baby. She's maybe 10? No, this is the 10-year anniversary. She just turned 23. So yeah, she's maybe 13 here. 12, 13. Yeah, so this is around the time of this coming out. See, I'm not gonna lie, I do open the video being like, you guys, it's not really the spirit of Boomerang for you guys to be so mad at me for talking about JoJo, because JoJo knows. She doesn't care about what they say. She doesn't come back like a boomerang. So what if I was a troll? And I'm not. Everyone was convinced I was a troll. I'm not trolling. I'm dead fucking serious. And that's the thing. No one knows how to deal with that. Okay, Kid in the Candy Store. She performed Kid in a Candy Store. She performed... Did she perform Hold the Drama? Wait. Perform God, when I was in high school still, I was like, you can see her hairline receding. And she would make jokes about, you gotta make sure you pull that hair tight. Like she started doing her Get Ready With Me videos where she would do her hair and she would be like, make sure you pull it tight. Let's really get that receding hairline going. Let's go recede that hairline. Like she's always leaned into the trolling bits. And so again, I'm just like, yeah, what are we doing? You know? Okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's 8 months ago. Okay. Let me go back because I want to show you guys Karma because I think Karma is important. Karma's important. Karma's important. Because this is when she fully was like, I am changing it up. She literally performed at Miami Pride in 2024, by the way, okay? Like, this is Karma. This is the official video. This is where she was like, I am different now. This is a hardcore change. No one's ready for the new JoJo. Holy fuck, did she change the line? Did she change the pronoun? Oh my God, I have to go back and rewatch the ship concert. Did she change the line? Did she change it to him? Oh my God, I can't remember. Oh my God. Sorry, I didn't mean to pause on her ass. I do apologize. I'm saying on the boat, the concert I just watched, she performed this. Did she change it to when you hooked up with him? That's what when you hooked up with her. No, because it would still be her. Because, okay, no. She wouldn't change the pronoun. That wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't matter because he would also be into girls. So, okay, so never mind. It wouldn't need to change the pronoun. Never mind. Okay. Saved. Could still be gay. We're good. It's really fun. The video's all over the place. Like tonally, this is a lot. I don't know why we're in water. I don't know why we're on a boat, and I do think it's because she broke up with her ex-girlfriend on a boat. Like, I do think that that's why a lot of this is happening. And so then to go on a cruise is full circle. Do you get my point? Like, there's so much textually gay in everything about the cruise ship. And so for it to be so straight was very jarring for me as a bisexual woman. I was like, this... You know, why are we on a boat? Is this a reference to the cruise ship and you breaking up with your ex-girlfriend? Like this, she bought this song, by the way. She licensed the song to perform it. There is another version of the song that was performed, I believe in 2011 was posted. And it's like in a church, and like tonally the music video makes more sense. But like, I don't think that matters. But I don't think I would get an honest interview until she's, you know, if her and Chris break up. I think that's where I would get the actual honest to God interview. You know what I'm saying?
Right now.
The multiple girlfriends, and then she pushes one away. Of the island. Okay, hold on. So there's that one. Raspy also kind of slaps. Do we have Raspy? When did she put out Raspy? Oh yeah, she did Guilty Pleasure. Oh, Balance Baby is good. Here's Guilty Pleasure. See, a lot of these are so... Wait, no, is this still... Let's see. This is 2 years ago. Then she performed Karma at Pride, literally in rainbows. Okay. Choose Your Fighter. She did Yesterday, Tomorrow's Today, and Balance Baby. And that's the funny thing, I think, like, because, so for those of you who don't know, JoJo and her team, JoJo herself may not have seen it. Her team definitely saw it. They became aware of the fact that I and probably others on the cruise were not hardcore JoJo fans. Okay. There were 2 girls on that ship, by the way, that were 100% trolling, but they were so in it and had like a history of a JoJo thing. No one seems to realize that they were trolling. Not my fucking problem. Okay. But it's funny that there's another YouTuber that was there, and I don't know if I want to blow up his spot. He did avoid me when I saw him at one point, but I never saw him with the rest of the cruise group. So I don't know when his video is coming out. But if I guarantee we'll make 2 very different videos. So I don't know. There was another YouTuber I did meet. He was chill. So there was at least 2 other YouTubers that I met, or that I saw there. One I never spoke to, and when if he makes a video, I will tell you who it was. The other one I know he's making a video, but he reviews food. So he was like reviewing the cruise thing, all the food on the cruise ship, and then was also doing the JoJo cruise on top of that. But like, he's not like going to like get the JoJo cruise thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just did the JoJo cruise, you know? And I clocked him. I didn't recognize him. I clocked him because he pulled up his creator dashboard. And so later after I saw him, he pulled it up and I saw it over his shoulder. No, not Max from Tasting History. But I saw him when he was walking through the ship later, and I was talking with someone who did clock me and was confronting me, but she was very sweet about it. She was confronting why I wasn't a bitch, basically. She didn't think I was a bitch. She was like, so I saw your videos, and someone sent your videos to me and was like, is she there if you talk to her? And she was like, yeah, I did talk to her. She's very sweet. She like helped me take photos. We talked the entire concert. She was enjoying the concert. Like, and it's like, people are baffled that I'm not a cunt. Like, I don't know how to explain this to people. Like, everyone is so ready to jump down throats. And it's like, God forbid someone show up with the goal of coming in open-minded and with the goal of having fun that isn't a hardcore JoJo stan. You know what I'm saying? Like, God forbid that, like, which I get it. I also could be a huge cunt, but like, I feel I've shown enough evidence to show that I'm not a huge cunt, you know? And so you have someone who is a hardcore JoJo fan, like literally did the first vacation, her first vacation in 15 years, her first vacation alone ever to go on this JoJo cruise, and is like, oh my God, you're sweet. You were like, maybe you could be a fan, you're respectful, you know, like, God forbid, you know, yeah, someone wants to have a good time. God forbid someone wants to get things out of life and enjoy her life, you know? God. How do you confront someone about not being a bitch? Exactly. No, they think I'm a bitch. They're assuming I'm a bitch, you know? So basically she was like, it was basically I think she was trying to understand, because she thought maybe she was confused because this person was coming to her and being like, oh my God, this girl is not a JoJo fan and she's on that cruise. She's a troll. She's gonna attack. And she's like, well, no, I've met her. She's very sweet. Like, she's very, like, she's enjoying herself. She's genuine. You know, like, I don't understand what you're doing. So she was like, basically being like, she basically was telling me, she was like, I'm gonna defend you. And I was like, you don't need to. Like, it's okay. And she was like, no, I'm replying to people because you're very sweet and they should not be mean to you. Like, it's very weird that they're being mean to you. And I was like, that's okay. Like, it's fine. Like, I don't really care about what they say. I will embody Boomerang. Just because her fans can't doesn't mean I can't embody Boomerang, okay? Even if I get a death threat, I'm framing it. Also, I'm sending it to your school, by the way. Because, like, there's no way you guys aren't children if you're sending me death threats. Like let's, like, I feel like if we start, some of the posting behavior I've witnessed, I'm like, okay, what is the job situation looking like? I'm not gonna lie. What are we doing? You know, Swell got shooters, she's just met. I know, God forbid, like, people don't realize I'm charming. And it's because I'm literally like this. I have questions, but I'm not vindictive, you know? Like, this is straightforward. Like, it's really, like, people love telling me things. I got that woman's whole life story after that, you know? Straight up, I was telling her to leave her husband. Like, people love talking to me. People tell me things, you know? Framing death threats is so metal. Why haven't I thought of that before? Dude, I'm waiting. No one has ever sent me a cease and desist. And it's really upsetting to me because I do think a framed, like, I would get like a gold frame for a cease and desist letter. And shockingly, I've been threatened with legal action so many times. Never once has anyone ever taken the step to actually send me a cease and desist. And I'm actually really pissed off about it because I really feel like I should frame a cease and desist, you know? Please do not send me cease and desist if I have not earned them. That's like, we don't do participation cease and desist over here, okay? We do real hard-won trophies, okay? Like me shitting on AI, okay? Side note, the amount of AI on this cruise, oh my God. At one point, she asked ChatGPT on stage to come up with questions, JoJo Siwa fact questions that even JoJo Siwa herself would not know. She asked that to ChatGPT on stage. The art, the official art for the cruise is AI art. And it's like, girl, you had a lock on so much merch. Like if anyone should have an art team, it should be JoJo Siwa. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I talked about that in my video, and I'm like, I really think you guys need it. If you're doing this again, which they are doing another cruise, like, so I really, I'm sorry, your enemies are pussies. I know. Well, that's the thing. People get really confused because I don't say anything on the internet I wouldn't say to someone's face. Every note that I have about this cruise, I would tell JoJo directly, you know? Like, I would tell that to her team. I would tell it to everyone, okay? And a lot of people don't know what to do with that. So, like, when I've been confronted in person by things, they're usually like, oh, what the fuck? It's, like, very disarming that I'm like, they're like, so we saw your video. And I'm like, great, you know, what do you want to talk about? Cool. Let's chat, you know? Like, I half expected to run into them at the fucking airport, you know? being on a legal team and scrubbing through your videos and it's all like normal human genuine notes and not insane content creator shit. Yeah, I'm very, you guys, Lisa taught bar prep. Lisa knew the law inside and out. The only time I legitimately got like someone was like, I will be suing you. I've gotten threats of legal action, but the only time that someone was like genuinely like, I will be suing you was very early on in 2020. And I sent her the message and I sent her the video and she was like, okay, here's why he could have grounds to sue you if you don't do X, Y, and Z. And so immediately since then, never had that issue where it's like, you know, this is their basis is they're mad at you. Like that's their basis, you know? Whereas that one, it was like, yeah, he could argue that like this could lead to loss of income and things like that because of the title. It was like a title thing. He was trying to sue me over the title of a video. Glitter bow token. It must be so frustrating being on a legal team scrubbing through your videos and it's all very normal things. Like, and again, it's like I've had people confront me in person and I'm just like, and you know, and sometimes they get pissed off. And then sometimes they're like, no, like that's why I really like Cannes Lions because like I really enjoyed myself at Cannes Lions, but I had notes and their team straight up watched that video and then also watched the VidCon video, which VidCon is now also owned by Informa, which also owns Cannes Lions. And they watched both videos and were like, we saw your notes, we've made some changes, we want to do X, Y, and Z. You know, like they didn't just want to do that. We also I met with one of their team for coffee, like to discuss a couple of things, like what they were planning to do for this year and changes they were making and things that they saw from the video and things like that. They were like, this was a great idea. Like I've worked with teams that are very receptive, which is very nice. You know, have I been blocked by people up and down the digital highway? Absolutely, you know, but like in consulting events now. I have from time to time consulted on events. I've done, I'm being flown out and put up in a hotel for an event in July. It's an anime event. I'm trying to decide if I want to be public about it or not. But they're basically wanting me, they're not asking for a video. They want me to come and like see how their setup is and give notes basically. So I'm not being paid for that consulting, but they're like, we would love for you to come check this out, which again, the amount of people that are like, why didn't you review our event? I'm like, I never heard about it. Also, you didn't even give me a pass. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? What that car show lady is up to this day? I just know she doesn't work for that company anymore. And that wasn't even my fault. Like, she apparently had issues with other people too. And they were like, yeah, don't worry, they're not coming back. I was like, oh. Okay. So this is Balance Baby. I kind of wanted, so then, yeah, see, this video, you guys can't see it, is from Julie Bofeng a month ago saying JoJo's mom is worse than you think. JoJo was her product. JoJo's mom was on the cruise as well. God, let me see. See, here's more stuff from Pride. Live at the TikTok Awards Australia, she did Karma a year ago. Choose your fighter. Where's Guilty Pleasure? Does she have the full Guilty Pleasure song out? Oh, here it is. Let's watch Guilty Pleasure. I don't know if she's still working with her. Do you know why some of her songs are like totally getting you? Guys, one of her songwriter used to write for Hannah Montana. I don't know if she's still writing for her, but that's what I learned on this cruise. Let's see. Yeah, see, even as executive producer, she identifies as Joelle Siwa on here. I don't know if she's got this song on here. No, it's not on here, I don't think. In the swag bag, there was a keychain that is like a vest like this. This is David. I think this is David, her dancer David. He's still with her. He's still on the cruise. Also, I love the tattoo of the Karma eyes. But there is a like workman's vest that says "I'm your guilty pleasure," and my friend's sister had. Like, we could have done the whole video here. We could have done the whole video here. JoJo's Guilty Pleasure house. Like, there's a lot happening here. Do we have comments on? Everyone, nothing can be worse than karma. Jojo, hold my tampon. I want an apology video with tears and a ukulele. Why are the teddy bears all violently touching themselves? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That got me. First you're a preppy lesbian, then a bad girl, and now you're Bob the Builder. The only guilt I feel is from watching this video. I feel like the meaning of the title, Guilty, presents the guilt of listening to this shit, and Pleasure represents the relief when it finishes. Those bears got assaulted. I'll never be able to look at a teddy bear or a construction worker the same again. Okay. Does she have a full version of Raspy out? Okay, there's Live in London for Raspy. Let's see. A Balance Baby. Okay, hang on. Choose Your Fighter. Was this still Karma live at the TikTok Awards? I'm trying to see when the change happened. Okay, I know the Heart Tour. Is this after? Hang on. When did she? When was the Infinity Heart Tour? Okay, it started in October. 11 months ago. So June. No, probably sooner. Yeah, so July. So after Celebrity Big Brother, and then she. Okay. So Infinity Hearts is actually something that she's been, I think she has an Infinity Hearts song. It's not on here. But there is an Infinity Hearts song. Oh, wait. No. Okay. On my bow that I made at the thing, I did do an Infinity Heart. Oops. What did I do? Hold on. Let's. Okay, I want to show you guys Raspy. Does she not have like an actual version of Raspy out? I guess not. Okay. Here's Raspy. So, God, is Betty Davis Eyes not on here either? Wait. Okay, hold on. I need to show you Betty Davis Eyes first so you understand Raspy. Okay, she did post it like this. Construction worker bit, I think the church bit makes so much sense tonally. And like I'm assuming it was like all these different. Okay, hang on. Let's the final bit of this song. I don't know if she does it here. Hang on. She's got Chris Hughes's eyes. as the last line of the song on the tour. I just want to see this one here.
Love you.
Love you.
JoJo Siwa's boyfriend Chris Hughes has defended their age gap relationship and addressed everything from JoJo's sexuality to speculation that he is gay. Speaking to The Sun, Chris responded to
from Pink
criticism
News, by
regarding
the way.
his and JoJo's 10-year age gap. He said, "She's one of the most mature people I've ever met, and I'm very immature, but it just
I'm sorry, I'm just remembering that clip of Demi Lovato and Keke Palmer talking about how they had older boyfriends while they were teenagers on Disney.
works."
And
He also
Nickelodeon.
spoke about the backlash JoJo has received regarding her sexuality after saying she no longer identifies as a lesbian. Chris said, "It upsets me that she is being thrown hate online. I do feel a sense of responsibility that being with me has led to her getting hate." Going on to
He's
say,
10 years
Joelle has
older.
been with girls all her life. She is bisexual. She's not now straight just because she's with me. Noting that sexuality
She
can be
has
fluid
said
and
she
you
is
should be able
identified
to
as
love
pan
who
a
you
few
want
times.
without judgment. Chris even addressed his own sexuality, saying, "I've had more people call me gay in the last 2 months of my life than ever before. I may be feminine in the way I do things, but I wouldn't change the way I am for anything."
Love you.
Love you.
And again, I just learned a lot about their sex life over this weekend. So this is Betty Davis eyes. Oh no, she does do it. Chris Hughes' eyes. JoJo Siwa cover. So she does, that is a thing she do. She changes the last bit to say Chris Hughes' eyes. Oh, it was also very fun to see some of the moms, some of the women at, I don't want to say they're all moms. There were moms that left their kids at home for the JoJo Siwa cruise, which low key rock on. Do you? But for the dresses, your favorite JoJo, a few of them dressed as Betty Davis eyes JoJo, which was very fun. Okay, now I knew you got to see Raspy. But also, it's a song that you need the lore for. You know, like you need Betty Davis eyes. You need some of her Karma era carpet moments. Because at one point, while she was in her Karma era, she got asked she had a podcast. I don't know if she still does. She was like, "Dream guest on my podcast?" I don't know. I'll just say one of my exes. Huh. And then she like wanders off. Like, "Dream guest on my podcast. The construction vest is for guilty." Then you've got, obviously, the Betty Davis eyes. We've got, what else? Rolls Royce. Can't say my R's, but I can buy a Rolls Royce. That's from, a few of these things I think are from Dance Moms. Because, like, if you yell at me, I'm going to cry. Because there is a moment where she's crying while Abby Lee Miller is yelling at her. She's like, "Why are you crying?" She's like, "Well, if you're going to yell at me, I'm going to cry. You're yelling at me." And she's like 8. So this is like a deep cut lore song, you know? This came up because everyone was like, "Why does her voice sound so raspy on Betty Davis eyes? She sounds so raspy. What's going on with her voice?" That that clip she ate down.
Hello?
Oh yeah, she did this on the thing too.
It's Abby Lee.
Oh no, she did Chris.
No, I haven't learned anything yet. I will still cry if you yell at me. I'll tell London you say, hey, raspy, raspy.
Because Chris was on this tour, I think. So when she did this song on the boat, she was like, "Oh hey Bubs, yeah, no, I'm doing the concert right now. Yeah, miss you too, love you too. Yeah, I'll tell him. Chris says hi, by the way," and then continues to do the song.
Raspy, I get raspy. You know I get raspy. I like to be raspy. A little bit raspy.
Like, I think this tour sold out. This is an infinity heart, by the way. Because there's no point. It's just an infinity, and there's like a star. And then Serendipity. I learned do you guys want to see me do the opening dance to Serendipity? Do you guys want to see me do we learned the opening dance. Do you guys want to hear it? Do you want to see it? Let me see. How can I do this? Okay, I learned the opening dance. I do not have dance training, okay? I did one. I was 4 and I did ballet. I did not like it, okay? I did once at one point think I was going to be on Dance Moms, but that's because I was a delusional child. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see it. Okay, hang on. Okay, official trailer. Here's the video, okay. Let's see. This is her song about Chris, by the way. I only know the intro. This is all we learned. Okay, wait. Do we have... Hold on. I'm gonna run out of space. Okay.
Rural F.
Oh, look at this.
They just modeled it too.
86 dancers, 24 hidden cameras. This is a lot.
Funny thing is our seats are 5, 6, 7, 8.
So it starts with 4 poses. Okay.
Say on with Jess tonight.
You in here?
Okay.
Look, the first one's in.
Oh my god. It says serendipity. It says serendipity.
It does?
Oh my god.
So you guys can see without me knocking myself out. Hold on. Okay. So you do da 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 ba ba da da da. Wait, no. Wait. Da 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 da. And then maybe the world knew before we did that we're two of a kind. That's it. So if you knocked yourself out, it would make a banger clip. No, I'm not knocking myself out. But yes, this song was supposed to come out on Valentine's Day, and then it didn't. I don't know what the actual answer was for why it did not come out on Valentine's Day. But I'm not gonna lie, this song was stuck in my head because they kept playing it. They got me. I think I was humming it earlier. Like okay, hang on, wait, there we go. Make me smaller again. Solid on energy, no notes, very good. Yes, if you would like to see the video of me doing it during the dance class, because yes, there was a dance class. It is on TikTok. It will be posted to YouTube later. Sorry, I'm moving screens around. Okay. No, give me this. I'm trying to move you up. No, why is it? track better eat. I want her to collab with Adele. She better call up Adele. I want the breakup track to eat if they break up. God, see, me even saying that, if this clip goes anywhere, I'm gonna get death threats. Like, I do think I would get death threats. She had a girlfriend, you know, like she, it's serendipity. Maybe the world knew before we did that we're two of a kind. Like, you had a girlfriend. Okay, you know, and like, for those of you who don't know, the rules of American cheating. American cheating is a keyword that is a phrase that was created by Tell the Bees on TikTok, a mutual of mine, where basically it's to explain like this phenomenon in celebrity culture, where if two famous people have an affair and cheat on their partners, they literally have to stay together. Like, and if they stay together, then it's gauche to bring up the fact that they cheated on their exes. Okay, like, you can cheat on your partner so long as you cheated on them with your soulmate. Like, and if they are perfect or more famous or more gorgeous together, whatever, then like, that's a thing. And it's like this phenomena that we see exhibited time and time again, where it's like, it's embarrassing to bring up that person, you know, like the fact that that fact, you know. Yeah, calls it American cheating. It's kind of perfect because frankly, it is it's very common in American celebrity, even though it's not distinctly American. It can affect literally any celebrity, but it's a very American cheating thing where it's like, yeah, we don't talk about Sam's first wife. We don't talk about that because Becky's here now and we love Becky, okay? And they're happy and they have 2 beautiful children. Why would you bring up Sam's first wife? Why would you bring her name into this? She doesn't matter anymore. He found his soulmate at the expense of his first wife who did harm herself. You know, like it's like that type of thing. It's very American. So like, as long as they get married, you know, like they're chill, you know, like she can keep doing this if she wants to. Sorry. No, Ariana Grande's thing is that her sexuality is other people's husbands. I do think that's the problem there. I don't think that's the same thing. Because that's just her choice, you know? Like, it's not like, if it was like a once, that'd be one thing. This is like a pattern with her, you know? Yeah, hence American cheating, you know? Okay, also, guys, we have good news. Okay, pause the cruise debate for a second, or cruise talk for a second. Okay, you guys, we have good news. Finally, a while ago, we watched a clip, okay, from Real Horror Talk, okay? Like, maybe last month we watched this clip, okay, of a man running, and then he pushes a woman in front of a bus, and then keeps running. And then the audio says they never found who he was. They never found his identity. Do you guys remember this? She lived, but do you guys remember this? For the attempted murder, they fucking found him. Nearly a decade later, they got his ass. Hold on. Man pushes woman identified. Finally, some good fucking news. A man has been released on bail after a woman was allegedly pushed into the path of a bus in West London, in southwest London 9 years ago. CCTV footage showed a jogger running along Putney Bridge and appearing to shove the woman into the road in May 20. Appearing, he fucking did that. The bus swerved to avoid her and she was not seriously injured. The 44-year-old man was arrested on suspicion of attempted grievous bodily harm on Monday. While in police custody, he was further arrested on suspicion of possession of Class A and Class B drugs, the Metropolitan Police said. The force previously closed its investigation after 3 men were arrested and later released without charge. The footage of the incident showed a bus swerving in Jason Lane. Sergeant Matno said at the time it was only due to a superb quick reaction to the bus driver that she was not hit by the vehicle. Detectives identified more than 50 people of interest before closing the investigation in 2018, saying all lines of inquiry had been exhausted. So this man was turned in, I believe. Give me a name. We had his name a second ago. The suspect is allegedly a wealthy banker who has ties to a royal family, according to the Telegraph and British newspaper. And that was the thing that a lot of people were pointing out, was the fact that, like, 100% he felt, it's like someone knew this and just hid a secret the entire time until it was time. Either he got divorced or someone, oh wait, here we go. This is the unsolved mysteries. Here we go. Bizarrely, brazenly, a jogger eventually proceeded to jog the opposite direction and the victim confronted him. He ignored her. Wealthy private bank director and decorated former British Army officer. I bet you he had a missus who kept it secret and they have now split and so she's spilling the beans. Which again, also fucking hate that you protected this person if that's the case. Because they closed the investigation, so no, they weren't looking for him. Someone had to tip them off. Because they weren't looking for this man, you know? A check must have bounced. A check must have bounced. Some bullshit might have happened. I don't know. Don't care. Just glad they got his ass. And we'll see what else happens there. Because that was that. I think that was the only other thing that I had like lined up to tell y'all about. They weren't looking for him. Someone 100% turned him in. 100% someone turned him in. There's no way. Oh, fun. 18 hours ago. Stress on San Andreas Fault reaches highest levels in 1,000 years as scientists await major rupture. So remember how a few months ago I was telling you guys about the big one in California and how we're overdue for like a massive earthquake on the San Andreas Fault? Like super big, massive earthquake. Like level Los Angeles, super major, massive earthquake, you know? Low-key, can you imagine if it happened during the World Cup? Slapshot! Hold on. You won the Swell Grand Prix with a Prime Boost. Thank you for subscribing. Mama says congratulations. Bro, what the fuck is time? It was like a couple of months ago. I feel like we talked about that. I don't remember. Woo, thank you. Welcome in. Oh, God. Ugh. Okay. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna do a quick little bitty little intermission so I can use the bathroom. I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello. Sorry, I needed the bathroom and then I was like, I kind of want a handful of Cheerios. So I ate a handful of Cheerios dry. Okay. Oh, Delgo. You won the Swell Grand Prix. Thank you for subscribing. Hermes is here. Hi, Bubbies. You gonna lay down? You got Cheerios. We have a hype train for some reason. It's, I feel the hype train, like, graphic is broken. I don't know why, but let's see. Do. Thank you for following. Welcome in. Okay, let's see. You gonna lay down, Bubbies? Okay, should we see if Real Horror Talk is re-uploaded? Let's get back to our roots, chat. Do we have a new video? We have no new videos. Wow, 13 days ago. You're slacking. Real Horror Talk, you're slacking. We have 16 minutes of scary TikTok videos that'll keep you up all night. These are probably all bullshit, but might as well. Oh, it's so big. Gosh, that's from the Cheerios. Well, there's been no crime. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Whoops, turn around. Let's see.
Happy birthday, dear Bricky. Happy birthday to you. Make a wish. Make a wish. Make a wish.
And many more.
Right.
Woo! Almost.
Whoa. All right, Jackie.
I'm taking
Oh, forgot. I don't.
The window's open.
I don't want to know the details.
window's
All right,
open.
here, honey. The girl's got to have a present. This is from me. Yeah.
Did you know? How cute.
That window's open.
Yeah. Jackie, press its pause.
Sorry, I know that's not the horror part, but the horror of getting the last voicemail you have of your dad. I'm feeling much, much better now. So if you can come by, whatever. Oh God, and then that's the last voicemail he sends you before he passes. Obviously it probably wasn't right then, but like that's haunting, actually. That's crazy.
Hey kiddo, hope you're doing well. I'm feeling much, much better now. So
That's haunting.
whenever you can, just come visit me, okay? Okay.
That's I'm sorry. I know this is probably really sweet for her, but that would actually, I would be haunted. I would be haunted for the rest of my life, I feel, if that was the last voicemail I got. Yeah, I'd have a talk with someone. But you know what? Not my experience.
Shut up. No way.
Sirens?
That is not worked. That is not worked.
A woman was playing.
That in that moment, I'm kind of like, okay. In that moment, if I heard that, that would shook me. If like that was like the experience, you know. And then it got worse. Yeah. But also like the thought of like a fire truck sound siren, like that being the thing.
Playing some VR games with her husband, but while taking a 15-minute break, she decided to play a little bit of a game called First Encounters. After just playing mini-golf, she recenters herself in the middle of the room and does a boundary reset for the game. And also, she does a space setup and rescans the room, so all objects are out of the way. However, when she starts playing the game, she gets completely
Sorry, hang on, my friend is at the draft. Hold on.
spooked after seeing this.
The PWHL draft. She's sending me photos and updates of all of her interviews. Okay. I would piss my pants. Do you see that? Did you see that? I would pee myself. I think I would pee myself.
She does a space setup and rescans the room, so all objects are out of the way. However, when she starts playing the game, she gets completely spooked after seeing
I would pee myself.
this.
Look at this. Look. I'd pee myself. I don't even think that's the thing. Is that it? Oh my god, no, that fucked me up. Is that the thing? Nah, I don't. Not the military draft. No, the PWHL, women's hockey.
A strange three-dimensional shaped figure can be seen in the
Yeah,
room.
no, fuck that. No, I'm saging oh wait, so saging is a religious practice. I can't sage, but I'm finding someone that can sage. Can I do Palo Santo? I can do that. I think I can do that. I'm saging shit. I'm getting someone to sage shit. Someone's coming in to sage my place if I saw this.
The figure looks as though it's wearing a hooded cloak. Her husband was sitting in the kitchen at the time, and the figure is a lot taller than everybody else. This is also the first time it has happened, so it wouldn't make sense for it to be due to the room spacing,
I don't
as
like
she
that.
arranges the setup the same way every time. Creeped out by this, she immediately stopped playing the game and decided to take a break. Seeing as everything was set up properly, viewers
Yeah, because it's rigging it as if it's a thing that's standing there. I don't
could
like
only
that.
conclude this was a ghost.
Aubrey Beatrice was acting in a student film in her high school
You can sage but
auditorium.
not smudge. Got
She
you.
was meant to knock on the door, then shove it open wide with one push.
Go. Knock, 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 go.
Now, let's break down what actually happens in the video. Aubrey knocks, then attempts to shove the door open, but it only opens slightly.
Knock, 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 go.
Then the door just seems to open the rest of the way all on its own. You can see Aubrey reach to push the door open, but she finds that it's already open wide. Aubrey seems legitimately confused and a little creeped out.
I don't like that one.
But when Aubrey Beatrice posted the video on her Twitter, viewers began to analyze the video. And then things got even stranger. It almost looks as if someone is hiding in the background just inside the door.
What?
Someone who ducks back out of sight when the door opens. But Aubrey says there was no one else in that room with her. So just who?
That one no. Kamika, this isn't scary. I don't like that. That's movement. I don't fucking like that. I don't like that one.
Or what?
That thing
is
fucking
this?
moves. That thing fucking moves.
You decide.
She heard that something strange was hovering in the sky. When
In
she
the
sees
sky. Okay, enunciation. All right.
A woman captured a shocking video from one of her outdoor surveillance cameras. After hearing the rumors that a strange object was spotted near Fort Myers Beach in Florida, she angled her camera towards the sky when she captures this.
Guys, here it is again, the Fort Myers Beach UFO over the beach appearing on the webcam. Wasn't there, and then now it is there right after a big lightning strike situation. You can see a little dot pattern that looks like some kind of structure on the object. So that kind of struck me as really interesting when I noticed it, because it kind of starts to confirm that it's some kind of, you know, intelligently made object rather than just some anomaly.
As soon as lightning strikes from above the clouds.
Yeah, see, Filipino, I feel like a lot of Asian ghosts, we talked about this before I went to Japan when I was going to do my ghost tour. They don't give a fuck if you believe in them or not. Like they don't care. I feel like so many American ghosts, like a lot of our lore for ghost stories and such, a lot of cultures, like there is an element of like you have to believe to some capacity for them to present themselves to you. Or you have to be like highly in tuned in some capacity. Whereas I feel like Asian ghosts, they're just like, hi, you're gonna see me today.
What looks like this strange floating object can be seen with multiple lights simply hovering there. The object then suddenly disappears, only to reappear again after the heavy thunderstorm, as if whatever this is being intercepted by the lightning and revealing it. Other people from the area also spotted this same strange object in the sky during that thunderstorm at Fort Myers. What exactly is going on in Florida that these things are monitoring them?
This next clip was filmed in a mental institution in a southwestern city in the Netherlands. Now, I can't even remotely pronounce the Dutch name of the city, so I just won't try. But this footage was filmed in one of the institution's holding cells for patients under psychiatric observation. By the way, the institution was also a former prison, and this room was originally used as a solitary confinement holding cell. So obviously, the room has a dark history. One night, guards monitoring the empty cell security camera noticed something very strange.
Jezus. Maar shit.
Is te veel.
Oh, that's crazy.
Nou, hij moet uit.
Just a light?
Ik ben heel blij dat jullie het ook zien.
Ja, echt hè.
Ik kan mezelf twijfelen.
Het is gigantisch. Nou, nu gebeurt er. Dan komt serieus zo in beeld. Oh ja, net als in die films. Ja.
Loopt hij weer.
Oeh, hij ging er echt naar binnen. Ja.
The light seemed to flicker and fade, and then something dark and ominous crosses the camera.
See, I almost believe in certain American ghosts. I believe in less, just because I feel like us white people would have been exterminated. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like, realistically, history of America. You know, everything white people did in slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like we'd be like, if ghosts were real, they'd get us. You know. And it'd be warranted, like we did fucked up shit. Just cause I wasn't here, you know? Like if we're being realistic, you know? Like it's the only thing that I'm like, I feel like ghosts aren't real, you know? Like I feel like we'd have more dead white people, you know? You see, I'm just like, I feel like we'd have more dead white people. I'm just being totally frank. A lot of engines out there. Yeah, I feel like there'd be more dead white people. You know?
It doesn't look like a bug. It doesn't look like dust or a spider web.
Or a ton of untold mysteries,
just
perhaps.
what
Fair?
is it? You decide.
No one was present.
Late at night, when a man named Taylor immediately takes out his phone to record something in his girlfriend's house. He's by himself, and for the first time, he's hearing what his girlfriend often hears at night, but never records on camera.
Just my roommate.
At this moment,
Ghosty
the sound of someone
McGhosterson.
walking back and forth is heard from upstairs.
They leave you
The
alone
thing
'cause you're
is,
chill,
though,
Amanda. Thank
no
you.
one else
I
is home
try.
except Taylor.
That front camera is smashed, but
I'm here at my girlfriend's house by myself. She always says it's haunted because it sounds like somebody is walking around upstairs. I've never heard it until now. I always say it's not haunted because the house is a little old.
That sounds like a fucking person,
It
dude.
sounds like there's somebody
Have you
upstairs.
checked the walls? Here, I'll be the one to say Froggers before you guys
I
do.
will swing on a ghost, or if it's a person, I don't care.
Does the person living in the walls think they're there alone? Is that moving?
Who's up there?
No, see, it's not a person. They would
Oh my God,
stop
really?
moving if there was.
Top of the stairs.
Oh, that's right. We've seen this. It runs at
Come down
him.
these stairs and I will swing on you.
It
I
runs at him.
promise.
That's right.
Eerily, the sound of charging footsteps is heard descending the
we have
staircase
seen
and
this
heading towards Taylor. And as promised,
Hang
he
on 1 second.
delivers. He
My friend needs advice on something. Sorry, she had audio issues with her camera for like the most important interview of the night, and she was having me check the audio.
lunges at whatever it was that was heading towards him. Although losing his balance upon doing so, he continues to record on the off chance that something else happens. Unfortunately, nothing does, but at least the sounds from earlier have stopped. Now, while most people tend to run away from paranormal occurrences, it is refreshing to see someone do something different. But as some believe,
I've had ghost experiences. There's one time though we were sort of homeless, but not quite homeless. We were basically homeless. My dad, brother, and I. And we were bunking for a few nights at a family friend's second home while they were traveling, I believe. And I was in, my dad went to go get my brother and I was at the house alone. And I was in the back bedroom and I had the door closed and I was doing homework. And I think I had like an essay or something I was working on. I was like in high school at the time. I was working on it. And thank you for following. And I was sitting on the bed. And again, no one's in this fucking house. There's no dogs. There's no nothing. The door opened and went like this. And dead ass, I looked up and I saw it moving. And I was just like, I don't care if you're a ghost. I have so much fucking homework to do. I really don't have time for this. And it stopped moving. I didn't get up. The door stopped opening. I just left it open until my dad and my brother got back. But yeah. Yeah, there's Hermes. He's chilling. I'm busy. Yeah. One of the volunteer fire stations that slept on rotation had a ghost that would throw our stuff around if we slept in the middle bunk. That's funny. I mean, sometimes I just beat a ghost's ass to school of thought. Yeah. I mean, in that instance, I was like, if I get up to like close the door, I'll lose momentum. You know, when you're like in like that work state where you're like, I need to give myself the rule of not moving. Why is this falling? So, and you know what? It stopped. So I don't know. Who knows?
it might be best if he didn't confront the ghost in this house. Regardless, ghost or not, it is nice to see a different kind of reaction.
Okay. Oh, I don't like that. No.
Nuke's Top 5 viewer Oliver reached out to me about a video he captured in his home in Twin Falls, Idaho. In his email, Oliver says that he recorded a video for his friends with plans to hold a sleepover that same night. In his video, he shows his basement and where he and his friends will be sleeping. But what happens next is literally like something from a nightmare.
Okay, let's fix the autofocus, my guy. What the fuck is that on the back? What is that? That's right, we've seen this. I forgot we've seen this one. We've seen this. I forgot we've seen this.
What the hell?
I still don't like the
As
hat,
Oliver
man.
looks inside the bedroom, he sees a tall, dark figure standing inside the room. Startled by the creepy apparition, Oliver stumbles.
What I don't like about the clip is that this one, it's very clear. It looks like it turns towards him, like it heard him come in. You can see it move, the head. I don't like that.
Pulls back before turning on the lights and taking another look.
Let's see if it replays. Hold
But
on.
whatever was standing there seems to have just disappeared. What makes this footage even creepier is that when slowed down, it becomes clear that whoever or whatever this is seems to be wearing a hat.
You can see
So
his
if you
head
don't
turning.
know, across the world, countless people have reported seeing a being known as the quote, Hat Man. Although some claim to have seen the apparition while fully awake, the Hat Man is known to terrorize victims of sleep paralysis. I asked Oliver if he had ever experienced sleep paralysis in his life, and he explained that he actually did, but only when he was a child. So could Oliver have actually captured proof of the Hat Man's existence? Let me know what you think.
Who was recording a video one day of some new fish he got for his Instagram profile.
Face and fish?
And he was home alone at the time.
Face and fish?
But while observing the fish, he captured something
Like something
utterly
peeking up
terrifying.
behind the fish tank?
Alright guys, got some new fish. Pretty big tank as well. There's currently 2 black ones, 2 gold ones. I've called them Goldie number 2, a black one, and if you guys have any suggestions for names that... What the
Oh, the hand.
What the
Nah. I'm assuming it's because of the way the glass is, I'm assuming that's his own hand. And it's a refraction of light. And so he's looking at it, but it's actually like a reflection of his own hand on the glass. And so, because it moves when he moves, you know?
While introducing the new fish, a ghostly hand can be seen on the fish tank, but quickly retracts and vanishes as he notices it. And as soon as he turns the corner, there's nothing there. It looks like there wouldn't have been enough time for someone to quickly run up the stairs or down the hallway without being seen on camera. And viewers pointed out that it looks like a vague shadow runs past the front door that doesn't appear to be his. After this incident, he started hearing reoccurring banging sounds inside his house and decided to record when he was home alone to see what might happen. And that's when he has a spine-chilling experience.
Spine-chilling
Alright guys, so I just thought I'd record a video. I'm home alone. I've been hearing like occasional like banging noises every few days. It's quite late at night, it's like about 1 AM now. I heard a couple of sort of banging. Sometimes it sounds like footsteps like in the last 10 minutes. Sorry, my camera by the way keeps defocusing, I'm not sure why, but
Because it's dark?
yeah, I just thought I'd record to just try and like catch any... Fucking hell, man.
Just as he gets to the stairs,
Let's
a
play the
sudden
turn the light
bang
on
can
game.
be heard,
Let's play that
following
game.
up with something charging down the stairs straight at him. So, is this the same entity as before? And is this a real
Because look,
ghost
it
caught on
doesn't
camera?
move.
or
It looks
just a
like it just
simple
disappears
ruse?
because he moves.
You judge.
Okay, fuck that. I don't... this is definitely it.
And the music
That was
box
a,
up
that
there
was
just
a,
starts
a
playing.
skit.
Sorry, I'm a little sick. I was trying to rest, but
Trying to
I have to
rest?
put this fucking doll back on the shelf. That hand decided to fucking move, and I put that there just to, maybe these two things talk to each other. But no, the old lady that this belonged to, actually belonged to her mother. And she said that she calls it squeaky because at night you could hear the doll squeak, which I did hear it squeak. Holy shit.
Okay, Squeaky gets to meet the trashy. Okay, like no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Shit.
Absolutely not.
Holy fucking shit, did you guys see that? My fucking hands are shaking.
The hand moved. Oh wait, I think we've seen this one. Some of these kind of suck. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Reddit threads?
On September 29th, 2022, Reddit user Liz Gillies made a desperate post in the Glitch in the Matrix subreddit reading, "I am losing my mind. I was never one to believe in the paranormal or whatever, but I have no idea what is going on with me right now, and I'm genuinely considering seeking professional help. I live in a really small shared dorm apartment with 2 roommates. There's this hallway that if you face it, there are 2 bedrooms to your right, 1 bedroom to your left, and a closet at the end of the hallway facing you. The bedroom on the left is right next to the closet. When we moved in, my roommate always complained that they got a closet instead of a bathroom like me and my other roommate had in our rooms. This closet has a bunch of our shared stuff, including my clothes, gifts, keepsakes, whatever. Today I got back from visiting my parents and I came back to put away some clothes from this closet, but I opened it and saw a bathroom. A bathroom with a toilet, a shower, and everything. I was only gone for 2 days and we rent this place, so it couldn't have been randomly built or something. I told my roommates, but they said it was always a bathroom and they had no idea what I was talking about. I can't find any of the stuff that was in that closet anymore, even though I had a ton of memorable keepsakes in that closet. What is going on? I spent all day just sulking in my room feeling miserable. I am not crazy, but that bathroom was a closet just 3 days ago. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I'm genuinely considering seeing a psychologist right now." Now, as far as Glitch in the Matrix stories go, this is exactly the kind of story the subreddit is filled with, where one person has a strange experience where it felt like reality briefly malfunctioned. And because they can't really prove what they saw, the people in this community find it easier to land on the explanation that feels more comfortable, that it wasn't an errant perception, but rather some kind of slip in reality itself. But even by those standards, this post felt strange, because the OP wasn't trying to sell anyone on alternate realities. In fact, they opened the post by clarifying that they didn't believe in such theories and were already considering seeing a professional.
I can also say,
and that
I don't believe in
self-awareness
ghosts.
is exactly what made the details so unsettling. Unlike most posts on the subreddit, which usually revolve around much smaller incidents, like a small object disappearing for a moment before reappearing, or a split-second change in perception.
I think a lot of people, when it comes to Glitch in the Matrix, because I've definitely had things like this. Like there's, like for example, it's funny because I never believe Glitch in the Matrix. I believe like someone's in my walls. Like I believe like there's a gnome in my apartment that's fucking with me. You know, I think some people like to believe Glitch in the Matrix because some of these things, like misplacing things, can be a symptom of other mental health issues. Or mental deterioration, and no one really likes to think about that, so they're like, oh, it's Glitch in the Matrix. Something as significant as a bathroom changing, I would go get a neurological scan. Like if you truly believed that there was a closet there, but now it's a bathroom, and everyone around you is telling you it's always been a bathroom, I would go get yourself checked out. Like that's really significant. That's a room. You know, you're telling yourself you're missing things now that were in that room, you know. I would go get a scan done, you know. The one that I believe is, we did watch one a while ago or I don't know if we watched it, I saw it. She was convinced there was a glitch in the Matrix because her car, it was either there was a glitch in the Matrix or someone had tampered with her car, with her the video camera. Like there were so many things that would have to be tampered for it to not be like something else weird has happened. was the only thing that made sense. She left work one day and her car had been moved, okay, in a spot that was not normally there. And she was like, no, I know where I put my car. That's really weird. I think someone fucked with my car, or her car was missing or something like that. Goes into the office again and is like, can you please put, like, someone moved my car. Someone touched my things. Like, something's wrong. And pulled up footage of her walking out and moving her car, but it's not what she was wearing that day. So she's like, I'm right in front of you. Like, you see what I'm wearing. You also saw her, they wound it up even further, and what she wore to walk in was what she was wearing in front of this security guard. And so, like, it something weird had to happen because it didn't make sense, okay? And she went home, you know, and was like, oh, my clothes are here, like, where they had been from, like, that. She hadn't worn that outfit for, like, 2 weeks, but the outfit was where she had left it, you know, in her closet or whatever. So, like, that's the only one where I was like, I believe you because this is crazy. And I can't remember if she showed footage or not, but that's the only one where I'm like, okay, there's things that have happened with me, but it's more like I think I forget maybe. Like, for example, my remote. You guys have heard me talk about the missing remote. I have 2 remotes that are the exact same remote because I have 2 of the same TV. I have one in my living room, one in my bedroom. And I've just been using the TV in my bedroom. It's broken. I don't know what to do with it. I'm probably going to take it to the dump at some point because it like will go on for 2 minutes and then shut off. And it's been doing that for months and I'm finally sick of it. So I've just been watching TV on my laptop when I'm in my bedroom. But I've just been using that remote because the remote for the living room was missing. Hermes has stolen it and eaten it before. And so I was like, he probably got it somewhere. He hid it. He hid something before I found it, but I never found that remote. But I checked like the couch. I checked all the normal spots. Then not too long ago, something fell down the couch, like 2 weeks ago, something fell down the couch cushions. And again, I had taken this couch apart. I had watched the pillows since then. That remote was now in that spot in between the couch cushions, like a place that I know for a fact I checked because I fully took that cushion out. There's no way I would have missed the remote being there because it's like a white base and a black remote. I would not have missed it. So I'm like, gnome, obviously. Like there's a little gnome that likes to fuck with me. Same thing happens with your Apple Pencil. You know, like, have you guys ever seen that Apple Pencil where it's like, oh, guys, no, I fucked up. I was drawing in my bed and I set down my Apple Pencil and it evaporated, you know, like, because it just disappears, like, because it gets caught in the folds of things and you eventually find it. But, like, it's like that type of thing. Things like that have happened. I, like, have cleaned out my car and I found, like, a third, like, loop earplug, you know, because I wear loop earplugs. And then I checked the case and I have both of them. And I'm like, okay, I must have bought another pair at some point and I just don't remember it, you know? Like, that's what I think of. But even though it's the third of the exact same thing, you know what I'm saying?
OP experienced an entire part of their apartment structurally change while they were away for 2 days. But even more strangely, nobody else seemed to remember the...
Yeah, you gotta go get checked. In this instance, no one else around you remembers it. If everyone else was like, where the fuck is my stuff? That would be one thing. You need to go get checked. Like, you need to go get, like, you might, something is messing with your memory, something is affecting your brain. I would go get checked. Go missing for like 6 months, checked my chair like a dozen times and couldn't find it, and one day, what do you know, falls out of the chair. Yeah. I don't know, maybe Loki was borrowing it in a pocket dimension and they just put it back. I don't know.
Building being any different. As far as their roommates were concerned, the closet had never existed at all. Naturally, people in the comments started trying to help the OP figure out what happened. Some leaned into the idea that if the apartment had somehow changed, then maybe the missing keepsakes hadn't disappeared, they'd just been moved somewhere else. While others suggested checking old photos of the apartment, looking for anything that could confirm whether that space was ever listed or used as a closet in the first place. However, because of the nature of this subreddit, it didn't take long for the thread to devolve into paranormal speculation. Users floated everything from alternate universes.
You need to go get your brain scanned, honey pop. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No one likes that. But you need an MRI. You need a scan. You know. You never know. Okay. I'm so curious because I feel like lately I've heard more stories of people talking about like, or even referencing like, they have early onset schizophrenia, or they've developed schizophrenia or something like that younger. And I'm so curious if that has to do with our phones. Like, I'm not saying that there's a correlation, but like, I feel like I've heard it to become more common and more people talking about like young people being diagnosed with early schizophrenia or developing schizophrenia earlier. And you know, it's a thing. I think a lot of people think about it like as like something that I want to think about for themselves. I think it's something you should get checked out. Begins to show symptoms around 20. I've been hearing about it younger though, is the thing too. But even then, it sounds like this person, they're living with roommates, so they're probably at least older than 18, you know? So I definitely would go get checked out in this instance.
His timeline jumps to quantum immortality.
Some
even suggest
quantum immortality, what? Go to the doctor. You, sir, died. Go to the doctor. God. You don't tell people this is gonna send someone into fucking psychosis. Quantum immortality. I'm writing that down. You're gonna send someone into you, sir, died. Never do this to people. I don't give a fuck what they're telling you. Never tell people this. Never say these fucking words out loud. Okay? Listen to me. I'm dead fucking serious. You died. Never fucking do that. Something happened to you. Like this can easily send someone into fucking psychosis.
So that OP might have died during their trip and that their consciousness had somehow jumped into a different timeline.
God, imagine you died and you're still fucking stuck posting on Reddit. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
At one point, the OP actually tried following some of the bizarre advice they were getting to make any sense of the situation, but sadly, none of it seemed to work. For a while, it really did start to feel like there was no explanation, like OP had genuinely experienced some kind of time glitch. However,
see, here's a good thing. If you saw this, here's a good thing. When you say keepsakes, what do you mean? Please be specific. List out everything that you remember putting in that closet. Because you thinking, I have important stuff in there, it's very vague, okay? Because it feels right. Like, oh, there was a closet, we shared stuff, I had important things. Those are gone, those were important, you know? Like, I can see where the brain would logically make that jump if you are experiencing early symptoms of schizophrenia or anything else, or head trauma. You were on a trip. Like head trauma can fully affect your perception of things, okay? So I would be like, hey, can you list out exactly what you remember putting in there? Because keepsakes that's very broad and very vague. But if you can list out 10 items of yours, even if it's something as simple as like purple sweater, like get specific, then it's like, okay, I'm a little more on board, you know? This is 4 years ago, so it depends on the age. Keepsakes is not a word I used. I use mementos, if anything. Or I have like items I care about, or like special. I say special items more than anything. But even then, it's like I get specific though. Like for example, when I evacuated for the fires last year, I came back and I was like. It was a really surreal experience to walk back into my apartment and be like, fuck, I wish I'd grabbed that. Like, I'm glad everything's okay. I'm glad my home, me and Hermes' home is safe. But like, I can't believe I didn't think to grab that. And even then it's like, it's silly things. It's like my magnets. Like I've spent 10 years collecting magnets and I didn't think to grab one of them, you know, but I think about specific things. Like, yeah, my diploma was in there. You know, I wouldn't say keepsakes. You know, I would be specific. Would affect the roommates, though. Yeah. Maybe tumor?
the reality behind the situation was a lot more simple and a lot more devastating. Shortly after the post went up, a user named OddCorgi30.
Holy shit! Oh God, I'm never wrong just early, baby. I'm never wrong just early. Let's fucking go. I was so fucking right. I'm a fucking genius. I know my shit, chat. Again, I'm so fucking brilliant. Not to toot my own horn, but like I'm usually right. I'm just often early.
Asked the OP what kind of items had actually been stored inside the mysteriously vanished closet. But instead of naming specific keepsakes or valuables, the OP answered vaguely, almost like they didn't fully know what even was inside.
Yeah.
I don't know, some clothes, old Christmas gifts, jewelry,
See?
some other stuff
That's too vague.
I can't remember. This was strange, but it didn't prove anything on its own. Most people would struggle to list every item in their
I think
closet.
one day the switch just
However,
turns on.
in this case, those missing items were the main proof OP had that the closet ever existed.
Yeah.
So, if their memory of the contents was already vague, then naturally it raises questions about the larger memory attached to those contents too. It's possible OP's mind had built an entire memory around something that never existed in the first place. Memory distortion to this scale, where someone is convinced an entire physical space has changed, can be an early sign of neurological deterioration, including conditions like dementia. But at the time, nobody in the thread considered that possible.
No, I suggested that a good thing to do in this would be to ask to be specific about the item keepsakes. Because then if it's like, okay, because then it's like, okay, well then let's try and find those items. Like, why would your brain be telling you this? Why could this be? Could you just think that it's there and then like you know, like this person could also be lying. Did you take fucking acid on your trip? You know, like ayahuasca can fuck with your brain. Like certain things, like they're being very vague about trip, you know, multi-day trip. And so, but also that's the other thing that's crazy is she also is not, she's not just saying that like the closet's gone. She distinctly remembers her friend that lived in that room complaining about not having a bathroom. That's a very specific detail. To be specific about that, but not to be specific about what the actual keepsakes are that you're so upset about is very odd.
Possibility. Instead, the comments just pushed the OP deeper into the idea that what they were experiencing was real. People started sharing their own glitch in the Matrix stories,
Go to the
reinforcing
doctor!
the belief that
God.
nothing was wrong with the OP and what they were experiencing was, in a way, normal. Some even went as far as to say that seeing a professional was not only unnecessary, but harmful. Then,
I hate the internet. I hate the internet so bad. Oh my God. I don't care that my money comes from the internet. I hate it. I hate it so bad. Oh my God. It's harmful to go to a doctor.
roughly
Please.
2 weeks later, the OP edited the post with one short sentence. Edit, October 15. I have a brain too.
In the last few months, Lisa was alive. For those who don't know, Lisa was my dad's longtime girlfriend. We knew she had tumors, but my dad called me when I was coming back from Vegas in October. It was Christmas. It was Halloween, and I had just been gone for a week in Vegas for when we were Young Fest. And thank you for following. And my dad called and he said, hey, we got to have a conversation. Lisa's using the walker again and she's getting confused. And the doctors have always said that like when that happens, it's not going to be long. And what it was that one of the tumors was like pressing on a certain part of her brain. Like the more tumors had developed or something, like it wasn't shrinking, it was getting bigger. And I told him, I was like, I'm taking this seriously, but we've had this conversation 12 times since I've known Lisa, you know, like we've, and like, not like it was a lie, but just like, you know, she had always pushed through. She had like, there was multiple times that she was given 6 months to live and she lived another 8 years, you know, like again and again and again. And then it wasn't until I saw her for my birthday dinner. And like it wasn't that. We had talked on the phone when I'd gotten home. And we talked on the phone a day later and she completely forgot that we had talked that first phone. And we had been on the phone for like 25, 30 minutes. Completely forgot that conversation. Like had no idea. She was like, oh, wait, you're still in Vegas? Like, how's Vegas? How's the hotel? And I was like, I've been home for 5 days. I told you, Dad told you. Like, what do you mean? And then when we went to my birthday dinner, it was like the only way I can explain it is like a toddler with dementia, how she was acting. There was this very odd, like, fawning over strangers, eager to please, but also combative. Like, that she did something that we went to a Lost Bean, a coffee shop, and what she ordered and what she did made no sense. Like, she was like, I want tea. And then she was like, okay, so I got her the tea that we always got. And then she was like, no, I need ice water. And then she tried to pour the full thing of tea into the ice water. And I was like, oh, do you want ice? And I dumped some out. And she was like, no, I don't want that. And it was like, it didn't make sense. And then but there'd be times where then, okay, we changed the medication. She's totally lucid again, you know? Like it was really all over the place. And all of it was because there was tumors pressing on her brainstem and pressing on the part of her brain that was like in charge of reasoning. It's crazy.
Tumor. Suddenly, everything the commenters had attributed to a glitch started looking like the symptoms of a life-threatening medical condition. The OP never shared what type of tumor they had. But brain tumors are well documented to cause memory distortion, hallucinations, confusion, and changes in perception. And depending on where the tumor is located, they can also interfere with spatial awareness and the brain's ability to process physical environments correctly. Which means that the most likely explanation is that the OP's brain had created or altered a memory so convincingly that it completely overrode what was actually in front of them. It's possible they had once lived somewhere with a closet in a similar location, and their brain merged that old memory with the apartment they were currently living in. But the most unsettling part is that we'll probably never know for sure, because the OP never gave another update, and their Reddit activity appears to have stopped completely after that edit.
No, I would
be.
I can understand, you know, edit, I have a brain tumor, and then also the mortification, the frustration, the confusion, the grief, like the grief that can come with realizing that your reality is not real. I believe there's been, I don't know how documented this is, but I'm sure there's instances of people before they're medicated when they're experiencing symptoms, like having memories of friends and people in their lives that were not real, and then having to come out of it and realize that it's not real, you know, and the grief of that. I can understand not wanting to go back to the subreddit, you know.
Average survival rate of some brain tumors among adults is only 14.6 months. There's a very real possibility that they are no longer alive. If that's true, then this thread may have...
For context in regards to Lisa, I was 17, so it was 2015, 2016. When she was re-diagnosed, she had breast cancer and was in remission when we first met her, when she first came into my life. She would get treatment, like maintenance treatment, for most of the time I knew her. Then when I was 17, it came back as brain tumors, metastatic breast cancer, and she had, I believe it was called the only other explanation I got, it was not cirrhosis, but it was toxic levels of her liver. I don't know why, what that indicated, but they tried to hide that she had brain cancer for a very long time, that she had tumors. And which I told my dad it was silly at the time, and I told him later, because she shaved her head to deal with the hair falling out from the chemo. And I was like, I get my brother not figuring it out, because my brother doesn't care about anyone but himself, but like, I read, like I can see, I know the signs. Like, you guys can tell me that she's sick again. Like I can be more helpful if you tell me. But like the pretending that everything's fine is weird, you know. And then it wasn't until 2022. So that was 2015, 2016. 2022 is when she passed. But that was, so it was the tumors, and then her body was just riddled with blood clots. We do suspect at a certain point she stopped taking her medication and not telling us. She had stopped allowing my dad to go with her to appointments. And what a lot of it was she was trying to convince people she had gotten better and that she had beat cancer. Even when she was first hospitalized after my birthday, she was really out of it, and she was in the hospital bed, and she just kept being like, I'm so lucky to have beaten this cancer. Like, that's what she kept saying again and again. And so we do think that she fully stopped taking her medication at some point because she had managed to convince herself that she was better. And that could have led to the blood clots exploding the way that they did, because she was on blood thinners, and it seems like she may have stopped taking them. And that's what I think ultimately led to the end.
We have documented one of the final moments of someone slowly losing their grip on reality, while thousands of strangers online convinced them that it was the universe glitching around them.
Yeah. I've had really vivid dreams when I was younger where I lived a completely different life with relationships, and then I wake up and I gotta go to school and I like hope. Yeah, no, I've had full dreams where I'm like in trouble with people, and I wake up and I'm like, fuck, I can't talk to them anymore. They hate me. And then I'm like, oh wait, no, that was a dream. That wasn't real. The ones I hate is when I have a baby in dreams, when I have a kid. And then something happens in the dream that makes me jolt up, and then I feel like, I don't know if anyone else gets this, but like there's a moment when you wake up where you start looking for the baby. There have been times where I've like woken up and I'm like, oh my god, I fell asleep. Where's the baby? You know, like, and the baby's not real. There is no baby. Like, it's not even like baby fever. It's just like, oh god, you know.
On December 28, 2025, a Reddit post was made under the title, "Please help, random bare feet in snow showing up in front yard. It rained and snowed all day yesterday, so I decided to check out the backyard. I looked down and there are bare feet trackings around and near my car. I double checked it wasn't my slippers, but this was pure bare feet showing.
That's
we decided to
sleepwalking,
set out
baby.
a camera in the yard overnight. When we woke up, there was even more footprints, but nothing on the camera. Throughout the morning and afternoon, I was checking to see if there was more.
That's weird.
About an hour ago, there was one more, but it was hard to tell since the snow is melting and there was a bunch of footprints to begin with." Alongside this, the LP
Like a
posted several
PSP
pictures of the
LOL.
prints. At first,
The
a lot
baby
of people in the
dreams,
comments
Bigfoot.
treated the situation like a strange but explainable incident, with some
Definitely
suggesting
not
that one
barefoot.
of the people in the house may have been sleepwalking.
Yeah.
Others told the OP to check for a carbon monoxide leak, stating, "Check your house for carbon monoxide. One of the residents, including you, could be doing this and not remembering due to carbon monoxide poisoning." An exposure like that can cause hallucinations and memory gaps, which might explain why someone in the house was walking outside barefoot with no recollection of doing it. But a few hours later, the OP posted an update, and what they shared made the situation even more bizarre. They confirmed that nobody in the house sleepwalks, and that none of them had even been barefoot outside since August, so the prints couldn't have come from any of them. More importantly, after the first set of tracks appeared, they moved their Ring doorbell camera from the front of the house to the backyard, hoping it would catch whoever was responsible. But according to the OP, that didn't happen. Friday night, we moved the Ring doorbell camera that was at the front of the house to the backyard to catch the person who was walking around barefoot. The morning of Saturday, I go outside and there are even more prints now. Checked the camera and there was not a person detected, and I did not see anybody. Even though the quality isn't great, I would definitely be able to see a grown man or a grown woman walking in our yard.
It does
The
look
OP
like feet
also
prints.
posted a video clip of these prints.
That is fucking weird. See, that's an animal. The
And the
little
more
ones.
they described the prints, the stranger the whole situation became. These weren't normal tracks from someone walking across a yard. The spacing was unusual and inconsistent, without the steady rhythm you'd expect from a person moving through the snow. Some of the prints were clustered near the car, while others were facing the
there does
house
look like
close to
there's
the
toes.
windows, as if someone had been standing there looking in. But none of them seemed to lead anywhere in and out of the property. Now, because this was posted to a paranormal subreddit, a large part of the discussion went exactly where you'd expect. People brought up spirits, skinwalkers, and mythical creatures. The OP, though, to their credit, didn't seem fully committed to the paranormal explanation. They admitted that they only turned to r/paranormal encounters after the camera failed to capture anybody moving through the yard.
That would fuck me
which
up.
may not have
If I'm studying a camera feed and then there's more footprints and there's nothing on the fucking camera, I'd buy another camera, and then if it happened again, I'd be like, I'm going fucking insane.
been the mystery they thought it was. But the subreddit's framing steered them away from the most realistic explanation. As the top comment under the first post suggested, "Someone is scouting your house. Time to invest in security cameras and lights." And another commenter who claimed to be a reformed burglar explained why the person decided to do it barefoot.
Oh my god, I'm stealing that. As a reformed bad guy, I'm fucking stealing that. As a reformed degenerate, that's so good. That's so good.
As a reformed bad guy, they're casing your place are probably a peeping Tom. I would take my shoes off when in and put them back on when out. The thing is, shoe soles leave identifiable treads that can be matched in an investigation. But bare feet, or feet covered only by socks, are far harder to trace back to anyone. So the fact that the person was barefoot may not have been random, but an intentional choice. And because the OP never mentioned contacting the police, whoever was outside realized they could keep coming back without attracting much attention. But one user presented another possibility that was a lot more terrifying. Google Hinterkaifeck. For those unfamiliar, the Hinterkaifeck murders are one of the most notorious unsolved cases in German history. In 1922, a farmer in Bavaria discovered fresh footprints in the snow leading to his farmstead, but none leading away. Days later, all 6 members of the household were found dead. Investigators later determined that the killer had been hiding inside the home, possibly for days before the attack. Even though the relevance of this example to OP's situation is limited, the possibility alone is enough to make the footprints feel much more dangerous. But the connections likely aren't true. For starters, the Hinterkaifeck footprints led toward the home and stopped, because the killer had gone inside and never left. The OP's prints told a different story entirely. There was no trail leading in or out, and nothing inside the home had been disturbed.
That looks to be
More
leading
importantly, the Hinterkaifeck murders happened within days of the farmers first noticing the footprints. OP's situation had been repeating over multiple nights with no escalation, so the case doesn't actually share much beyond the snow. Now, as for the camera capturing nothing, that part is far easier to explain than the OP seemed to think. Looking into the Ring doorbell camera the OP was using, you find that it doesn't record continuously. It only begins recording after its motion sensor is triggered, and there's a well-documented delay between detection and the actual start of the footage. Numerous Ring users have reported their cameras consistently missing people approaching and only capturing them walking away, if at all. On top of that, the motion sensor can shut down for up to 30 minutes between detections. So when you factor in snow, cold weather, possible weak Wi-Fi, and a doorbell camera that had just been moved from its normal position to the backyard, it starts to make sense why the intruder was never caught on camera, which is probably also why the footprints suddenly stopped by the 3rd day. And weeks later, when it snowed again, OP confirmed that no new prints appeared. So whoever it was had been watching closely enough to notice a new camera in the yard and decided the house was no longer worth the risk. We will likely never know what exactly their intentions were. On August 2nd, 2014, Reddit user Stev Goldhound made a chilling post that immediately caught the platform's attention. Seriously creepy. A picture of a man with an axe on a decommissioned military frigate being broken up for scrap. Must read. The post linked to an Imgur gallery where the person told the full story and shared the image. As I've said in previous posts, I work at sea. Last month, we came into dry dock to carry out refit and repairs. Dry dock is when a ship is brought into a lock, the gates closed, and all the water pumped out, leaving the ship high and dry on the blocks, thus allowing repairs/inspections, etc. of the underside of the hull. Next to us was an old military frigate being broken down for scrap. She had arrived about 2 weeks prior to us. Once the frigate was on the blocks and dry, all the crew left and the old girl to her fate. A sad sight, but that's how these things go. Once all the sensitive stuff had been removed, the dock workers were free to go on. The dock foreman, John, went on board first with a camera to take pictures of work areas. He took a couple of hundred all in all. This was one of them. The image showed a narrow corridor inside the ship, but right near the edge of that flash and barely visible in the shadows, there was a figure peeking from the corner, and in his hand he appeared to be holding an axe. OP went on to explain how John had been moving through the ship.
No, because that's fucked up. You get on a ship to document it so it can be broken down. You are told, hey, everything important is taking off the ship. There's no one else on board. There's no more shit. And then you find a lone person with a fucking axe. Absolutely the fuck not. He's bent over. He's hiding. He's crouched down.
He later sent all of the pics to his boss, who upon seeing this one, called John straight away asking, "Who is the guy with the axe at the edge of the camera flash?" John had no idea. He never saw anyone. The area where this picture was taken was in a cross alleyway deep inside the ship. He was going around with a torch and a camera. When he'd go to take a picture, he would turn off the torch, snap the shot, turn the torch back on, and be on his way. This means when John took this photo, he was standing completely blind in the middle of a decommissioned warship with nothing but the split-second flash of his camera between him and whoever was in that doorway. The OP also mentioned that because
to get that call, that's literally one of my, I've talked about this on stream before, that's literally one of my biggest fears, to get that call or to get caught. Like, I post a video and then you guys comment, holy shit, are you okay? There's a guy behind you with this timestamp. Like, that's one of my biggest fucking fears. Like, if I'm ever doing, like, because I'm going to start doing obviously more camping videos and things like that. That's literally one of my worst fucking nightmares. Like, what the fuck is that behind you? What is that? And to get that, you send over this photos to your boss, Who the fuck is that guy? What? And you were just alone on that fucking ship? Absolute fucking
The
nightmare.
vessel was military. A police search was called immediately. A search was carried out, but no one was found. There was one way on and off the ship, and that was by a gangway covered by CCTV. You couldn't jump over the side as it was a 25-meter drop onto concrete. No one was seen to leave the ship after John had taken this. Once the post reached Reddit, users started enhancing the image, adjusting the brightness and contrast levels to pull more detail out
Yeah,
of the
that's
shadows.
a fucking do with an
The
axe.
clearer version wasn't enough to identify exactly who it was, but it made it unmistakably clear that it was a human, leaving no chance of dismissing it as a random piece of machinery or an unusual shadow. What was harder to explain, though, was the face. It looked almost featureless, with no visible eyes reflecting the flash and skin that seemed gray and waxy,
No,
like
it
it was
doesn't.
made of
It's a
plastic.
fucking person.
But for most people in the thread, the answer was simple, but still quite unsettling. It just looks like an old hobo who was startled that someone was in his home taking pictures, so he grabbed an axe and peeked around a corner to see what was up. An axe hobo is still scary. Now, considering the setting, this theory isn't exactly impossible. Some commenters later identified the ship as the HMS Cornwall, a former Royal Navy Type 22 frigate that was being scrapped around that time. These ships are massive, and by the time they're being dismantled, they're full of stripped rooms, dark passageways, and partially open compartments, which is exactly the kind of place a homeless person could wander into. A user who claimed to have served on a submarine backed this theory up, saying naval
You're
vessels
following.
are full of hidden gaps and tight sections large enough to crawl through or move across without being detected. So, the fact that police didn't find anyone after searching the vessel may simply mean that whoever was in there either slipped out before the search started or knew the ship better than the people looking for him. But this theory only works if the photo itself is real. As with most internet mysteries that get this much attention, some users were understandably skeptical of the photo. They pointed out that the figure could have easily been a friend in a mask, photoshopped, or even a CPR dummy propped up in the corridor. But there are still a few details that make the story hard to dismiss completely. For starters, according to the OP, John was an old-school steelworker who used a Nokia 3210 as his personal phone. Not exactly the type of person who would Photoshop images for internet attention.
No one thinks
And
it's
secondly,
photoshopped.
one user ran the photo through a forensic analysis tool and they didn't find any obvious signs of digital editing. Of course, that still doesn't rule out the simpler possibility that the scene was staged in front of the camera, which leaves only two realistic explanations. Either someone in the dockyard created an extremely convincing hoax, or John unknowingly photographed a real person hiding inside the abandoned
It's
warship.
100% a real
If
person.
that second theory is true, and the man with the axe was close enough to be caught by the flash, it also means he could have been close enough to reach John before he could run to safety. And in a pitch-black corridor, John would have had no idea someone was moving toward him until it was already too late.
That would have scared. That's fucked up. I hate that actually. No, see, it's scarier if it's a human.
On April 18th, 2019, Reddit
A ghost
user
that's
Wooden
like,
Head
okay.
made a post with the title, "Someone on Facebook thrift page found this chilling message in some old drawers."
Okay.
Attached were two images of a drawer that had apparently been bought from a thrift store.
Let's see it.
The first one showed a message written inside the
truth is
drawer.
under.
The
Okay.
truth is under.
Okay.
And the second image showed the underside of that same drawer,
The body
where another
lies at-
message read, "The body lies at," followed by a set
Why
of
would they do
GPS
that?
coordinates. Now, the
Why?
first reaction most people had was that this was some kind of
Why?
joke. Just someone
Why?
writing a
Well,
disturbing
why would
message
they-
on an old
why would
piece
they
of
confess
furniture
the
to
bo-
scare whoever
If they-
eventually found it years later. In fact, multiple people in the comments admitted doing the
Alright,
same
muted.
when they were younger.
Um,
I did that once as a
If they find the body, I take it back. But also, like, why would they do that if there wasn't actually a body? You know?
kid. I wrote, "Don't look for the body under the apple tree in the backyard. You'll find more than you bargained for." I used to do dumb things like this as a kid, hoping people would find it later. So, under normal circumstances, a post like this probably would have been dismissed within minutes as another creepy internet hoax. But when people started plugging the coordinates into Google Maps, instead of leading to some random empty field or suburban backyard, the location felt way too specific to ignore. The coordinates pointed directly into the Avon Park Air Force Range, which is a massive military training ground in central Florida that
Yeah, a
spans more than
place you can't
100,000
check.
acres. At
That's why
first,
they
a few
picked
Florida
that.
users talked about going there to see what was actually at the location. But those plans fell apart immediately after a user who owned property just north of the pinned spot recognized the area and warned everyone to stay away. I own recreational property just north of that location. As someone else mentioned, the pin location is inside the Avon Park Bombing Range, or MacDill AFB. We ride our four-wheelers down to the very southeast end of the property and watch them do bombing runs. Aside from trespassing on a military installation, you do not want to go trekking out there. Lots of unexploded ordnance. According to this user, the area was a live bombing range, surrounded by restricted land and unexploded ordnance, which are undetonated military explosives. So even if someone nearby wanted to check it, this wasn't a place a civilian could simply walk into with a shovel, which is actually what made the whole thing so disturbing. If this was a hoax, then the location was almost too perfect and specific,
No, that's
and
why you
a
picked
bombing
that
range is
location.
also an almost perfect place to actually hide a body. Nobody goes there, and the ground is already so
you're
torn up
following
from years of
whiny
explosives that
tugboat.
fresh digging would blend right in, and any remains left near an active target zone could eventually be destroyed by ordnance, causing the evidence to erase itself over
it also
time.
could eventually
This theory was
become
supported by another
made
commenter who
visible.
pointed out how easy it would be for someone with military access to move through the area without drawing attention. If the killer worked there, they would have access, and it's not like the gate guards would be searching their car. There would be some camera evidence, but when you've been there for some time, you know your way around and where the blind spots are. Besides,
Guys, contact. Hey, I'm so sorry. Hello. Is this the office of the? Yes. Hello. I'm so sorry. I am concerned of. There's been reports of a dead body on your property at this exact coordinate. Have you guys become aware of anything? Have you guys found anything? No? Go fuck myself? Okay, thank you. Bye. You know, fucking someone do that.
the specific location is in a remote part that's probably rarely driven past, if at all. Even with all these possibilities floating around, nothing was more unsettling than the coordinates themselves. They weren't just rough directions to a vague area. They were written out specifically to 6 decimal points.
Yeah, 'cause people are
According to
assholes.
GIS standard, this narrows a location down to roughly 0.11 meters, which is precise enough to mark
Yeah,
the
'cause you know
exact
what
position
I geotag where I put a body. You know, like what are we talking about? This is totally a troll.
of a single human grave. So, while the hoax theory still sounds the most reasonable, it's also strange to imagine someone going that far just to scare a stranger buying old furniture. Eventually, the post gained enough traction that people began contacting law enforcement. According to an update shared by the OP, a friend of theirs contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office, only to find out the homicide detective had already been alerted by someone else earlier that same day. But a second update revealed that the situation became complicated almost immediately because the coordinates landed on military property. Since the location sat near the boundary between Polk County and Highlands County, there was confusion over which department actually had jurisdiction over the area. However, even without that dispute, neither department could
Fucking take
simply
a
drive
body
out there
dog
and
out
start
there. What are you
digging.
doing?
The area was part of an active Air Force bombing range, so they needed military authorization before anyone could safely enter the site. The OP ended the update by saying they would return with more information once investigators looked into it. But that update never came, and the last activity under that thread dates back to over 6 years
Okay,
ago.
yeah, then don't
Searching
waste
through
don't waste
local
my fucking
reporting
time.
and public
Don't waste my
records
time.
from both Polk and Highlands County doesn't bring up any evidence that a search was ever officially carried out at the coordinates. And with no concrete evidence of any criminal activity, the more likely possibility is still that someone simply wrote the message in the drawer as a joke and was designed well enough to drag both the internet and the police into the same
Designed
mystery.
well enough.
But
They
until
found a
someone physically
location
goes to the
and they wrote
location
it
and
on
checks
some wood.
firsthand,
Let's
we will
not
never know
pretend
for
there's
sure.
some genius criminal trolling mastermind. What are we talking about?
On July 20th, 2021, Reddit user ProlapseThis posted to the investigative subreddit RBI, which
Prolapse
read,
this is
"Police
crazy."
didn't investigate and it's been bothering me. At around 8:30, 8:45, I
Zodiac
arrived
troller.
home from a quick trip to town to grab a beer. As I got out of my car, I could hear something. I thought for a moment that I'd left the TV on and was hearing it from outside. But as I walked to the front of my car and pressed the lock button on my remote, I realized that what I was hearing was screaming. I listened for a second, thinking it was somebody screwing around, but then the woman's voice screamed, "No, stop, you're hurting me, you're killing me," and an adult male voice yelling something I couldn't make out. There was a dog barking from the same
I don't like
direction,
that.
as well as a repeated thudding noise. I immediately dialed 911 and told the police. They could even hear the screaming in the background. They said they'd send an officer to drive by, but an hour passed and none came. I watched for them on my security cameras. The screaming was coming from directly where the camera is pointed, but more than 50 feet away across a narrow field. There is a small shack that has a couple of cars, usually parked at the road just on the other side of the field. It is bothering me a lot, since I'm 41 years old and have never heard anything so disturbing in real life. The OP also attached a Dropbox link containing 2 clips from his security cameras. One of them shows him standing outside while on the phone with 911, and in the background, a scream can clearly be heard.
Out at Rocky Fork Lake. I'm not real sure the address. I'm at my home.
The second clip came from a backyard camera pointed toward the narrow field and the small shack beyond it. And although a lot of the audio is buried beneath the outdoor AC unit, it captures how the screaming went on for several minutes without stopping. Since the OP lived in a rural area, some of the first comments suggested the sounds could have come from a wild animal, especially a fox, since foxes are known for screams that can sound disturbingly human, but the OP rejected that idea immediately. Well, I've never heard a fox screaming, "Stop it, you're killing me," and the man's voice screaming would have been awfully deep for a fox. Some users tried finding less disturbing explanations, with one user suggesting the screams could have come from a TV playing a horror movie. It is creepy. It could possibly be from a movie, or, I don't know, any chance something could be being filmed in the area, so like this was acting. Another person even named the specific film they thought was playing. But when you factor in the dog barking and the repeated thuds coming from the same direction as the screams, the situation felt a lot more like someone was being heard in the background. Eventually, most commenters arrived at the same unsettling conclusion. Whatever the OP recorded was most likely a domestic violence situation happening somewhere inside or around that shack, which is exactly what made the police response feel so disturbing. According to the OP, the dispatcher could hear the screaming during the call, and yet no officer came by that night. Even when he followed up the next morning, the property still wasn't checked, and the only clear instruction he received was not to trespass or he'd be cited. Unsurprisingly, this didn't sit right with the commenters. A lot of them began speculating that the police may have already known more about the property or the people living there than they were letting on. 100%, because they know who it was, and it was a coworker slash family member slash friend. This is why they didn't respond immediately, which at the time seemed like the most disturbing theory. And with the OP now explicitly warned by police not to investigate the property himself, the thread slowly went quiet for several weeks, until September 7th, when he came back with an update. I guess they finally had a reason to go out and check the property I was trying to tell them to look at. There are sheriff's cars all over the place, and cops in gloves walking in and out of this garage.
She's dead, isn't she? Ugh, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate when people know. I hate when people know and they don't do shit. This isn't even in the bystander effect. He did what he was supposed to do. He fucking called it in. He was like, I can go over there. They're like, do not go over there. I fucking hate this.
Garage, and one cop throwing up in the front yard. The update heavily implied that something horrific had finally been discovered at the property after all, but it still didn't explain exactly what had happened. And without another follow-up, the thread once again fell back into uncertainty. Unfortunately, 5 months later, that uncertainty ended in the worst possible way. On February 7th, 2022, OP finally returned to the subreddit with a follow-up post. I posted last year about coming home and hearing a female voice screaming for her life. I posted a video with the audio of the scream and got plenty of comments. About 2 months later, the house it was coming from had sheriff's cars all around it. I found out that an elderly man had taken his life via gunshot and that his son was the only person home and the person who reported that his father had taken his life. Fast forward to last week, I was sitting at home watching YouTube when I heard gunshots. I live in the country and that's common, so I didn't think anything of it. Turns out it was the sound of that son murdering his mother. He was trying to claim self-defense, but he's being charged with murder. I live next door, and my security cameras caught the audio of the murder. It also captures the vehicle the son made his getaway in. I've had detectives in and out gathering video footage for the past week. His son was 40-year-old Tim Johnson II. According to reports, on the night of January 29, 2022, Tim contacted the Clermont County Sheriff's Office and told them that his mother, 61-year-old Stephanie Cheney, had taken her life. But when Highland County deputies arrived, the evidence at the scene didn't support that story. There were multiple bullet holes in the front of the house that appeared to have been fired from inside, with shell casings near Stephanie's body and a loaded firearm magazine sitting next to the coffee table in the living room.
I hate
So
this.
when investigators questioned Tim under pressure, he confessed to murdering his mother, claiming he did it because he felt threatened by her for always carrying a pistol in her purse. Tim was arrested and later sentenced to 15 years to life. But knowing all of this now places the original Reddit post in a much darker light.
No,
the woman
I
hurting
agree.
me,
I'd
you're
move.
killing me, that night in July 2021 was almost certainly Stephanie Cheney. And the man whose voice the OP couldn't quite make out was most likely her own son. Which means that recording may have captured only a small piece of a much larger and troubling pattern of violence inside that home, one that would eventually leave both parents dead within 6 months of each other. And when you factor in that Tim later tried to stage his mother's murder as self-inflicted, it becomes harder to ignore the possibility surrounding his father's death months earlier, which had also been ruled as self-inflicted at the time. Even OP himself pointed this out in his follow-up update. This is a family annihilator. They are now looking at him for the murder of his father as well. But the most tragic part is how preventable all of this looks in hindsight. If local police had taken OP's reports seriously and responded properly, lives may have been saved. On May 25th, 2021, this image was posted by Anxious Phase 4140 in the subreddit Morbid Reality. The image shows a woman crouched beneath the roof edge, pressing herself as far into the corner as she can with a phone held to her ear. And just behind her, climbing over the other side of the roof, is a man. The title of the post explained the context. This terrifying photo reveals the moment a woman climbed onto her roof to hide from home intruder, only for him to appear behind her. The reactions in the comments were exactly what you'd expect. But the more people looked at the image, the more unsettling the situation became. Because burglars usually avoid confrontation. If someone inside the house notices them and starts running, the logical move is to take the opportunity to escape before police arrive. Yet, this man made a conscious decision to follow her, something one of the top comments on the Reddit thread pointed to. If someone breaking into your house is this determined, they're not just there for your possessions. And that suspicion only got worse when several users zoomed in on the man's right hand, where he appeared to be holding something that looked like a knife. The image wasn't clear enough to confirm what it was.
Gunner, holy shit, hi. Welcome in. Hi, Raiders. I'm stressing myself out. Guys, we're getting worked up. Chilling Scares is back at it again. Hi, I'm Amanda. You're watching Swell Entertainment. I just got back from the JoJo Siwa cruise. And I was updating everyone. And now we're back to our usual programming of watching scary videos and either judging people's choices, judging the internet as a whole and how it has ruined society, or just being upset because men. So welcome in. I know you from YouTube. Hi, how was stream for Gunner? How was Gunner's stream? Thank you for following. Hi, Airhead. Welcome in consciously. Welcome in. How's the stream? The what cruise? Yes. Before even the father died. Might have saved both of them. Yeah. JoJo Siwa cruise, no way. Yeah, dude. I just got back. Video next Tuesday. Gunner was extra handsome tonight. Okay. It was good. She did. Went and had a blast. Yes. He made us watch. Why would you put them through that, Gunner? Not Mr. Beast. We're watching the horrors of man and the spirit realm. But I would never put my audience through Mr. Beast. We did watch like all of JoJo Siwa's music videos, so I could show them her journey. And I will say the videos themselves are, there's a lot. The music actually surprisingly bopping. Very fun. I actually did have a lot of fun on this cruise. But there was like she is like a guilty pleasure one that like has a lot of teddy bears and we're like, why are we humping and there's teddy bears everywhere? I'm confused. Thank you for following. But Mr. Beast? Nah. Can we watch Karma again? No. Oh, yeah, we did watch Betty Davis Eyes. That one was that. Yeah, that one. We didn't watch the video because there's no actual video. She did like a promo shoot. I've been watching YouTube for a minute now. Hi, welcome in. The music does low-key slap. Dude, she's got that Hannah Montana writer. That's the thing. That's how they get you. Thank you, Amanda Honey. Thank you, Lego Gamer. Thank you, Give me belly rubs. Soggy's Pretzel. Isabel194. Thank you guys for coming in. Okay, we'll get going. Okay, Torture Cruise. Can we watch Raspy? We're not watching Raspy. We're watching the horrors of man. Okay, so this is Chilling Scares. Basically, we watch these channels, and a lot of them, I don't know if Chilling Scares is AI because they've been making videos for so long that I'm like, ugh, I don't know. However, at least the videos and photos and things like that, these are from like actual people, which is why we still watch these, even though there's like an AI voice. Chilling Scares is pretty good. Chilling Scares doesn't pontificate much. Wilderness Whispers is like our personal frenemy. They are an AI voice, and they regularly write fan fiction about the YouTube clips that they are showing, and it drives me insane. Like it could be very clearly someone was like attacked by a man in the woods, and they're like, did Bigfoot get abducted by aliens and show up? Like it's insane. Okay, but it is Fascinating. So anyways, this is a horrifying photo that someone posted of a woman hiding from a home intruder on her roof. She climbed onto a roof to hide from a home invader, and the home invader showed up behind her on the roof.
But when people eventually tracked down the full story behind the photo, the details turned out to be just as disturbing as everyone feared. The incident happened in September of 2014 in Venice, Los Angeles, and the woman in the image was identified as actress Melora Rivera. Melora had been home alone and asleep when the break-in started. According to reports, she woke up after the intruder shattered part of her front door and reached through the opening to unlock it from the inside.
Once I saw him in the house, I knew that we both couldn't be there. I knew that I didn't want to have a confrontation with him of any sort, you know, not knowing what his intention was.
The moment she realized someone was inside the house, Melora grabbed their phone and climbed out of the second-story window, hiding herself beneath the edge of the roof to call 911. But while she was still on the phone with the dispatcher, the intruder followed her out through the same window.
I hate it.
At that point, Melora was trapped. The drop from the roof was over 20 feet, which was far too high to jump without risking serious injury. So her only option was to stay completely still and hope that the intruder wouldn't come around to her side before the police arrived. Fortunately, officers arrived within 2 minutes and were eventually able to talk the man into surrendering on the roof, while firefighters brought Melora down safely using a ladder. The intruder was identified as 29-year-old Christian Hitt.
God, see, at this point, do you break your leg? I think I'd I think I'd risk the jump. I don't know. I feel like I'd risk the jump. Because if you dangle, it's not that bad. I think I risk the jump. I'd dangle, but I think I'd risk the jump.
And the people who knew the neighborhood immediately recognized him as a homeless man who was often seen in the area.
I did a Disney
when investigators pulled his record, it became clear that this wasn't his first violent encounter with the law. He had 2 prior convictions. One in 2008 for carrying a loaded, unregistered handgun, and another in 2011 for inflicting injury on a spouse or partner.
14 feet.
Right, even with that.
And again, like, you're breaking your leg. Your leg will be broken, but you will survive that. You may not survive this guy seeing you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those things, you know? It's kind of like, so from a young age, for anyone, I'm sure Gunner's got women in his audience, I'm sure. But for my audience is very mixed, so I often explain things from the woman experience. From a young age, women are told, young girls are told that if someone in a van pulls up and tries to abduct you, you need to fight like hell, even if it kills you, because whatever could happen to you if you end up in that van is worse than death. So, yeah, I'm risking the broken leg. I think I'm taking that risk and go for her. I'm still calling, but as soon as I know he's on the roof, I think I'm going. I think I'm jumping. Eyes, balls, throat. Balls is almost secondary now because they know you're going for the balls. Go for the throat. If you're short, I'm 5'2". I always go for the throat if need be. Always, like I'm constantly in a fight, but still, is literally girls and gays. Valid and fair. Okay. My dog is digging on my couch right now. Yeah, he hates us both. That's fair. That's crazy. Throat punch, break the nose, that's a win. You can break it's very hard to break the nose though, and I think if you go for the nose, you can very easily fuck up your hand very quickly. But with the throat, it's very jarring. It's easier to knock the wind out of someone by punching them in the throat than say punching them in the chest or kicking them in the chest. So it is something to think about. Also, you may not be able to kick them in the side or in the face without them grabbing your leg, but what you can do is knock out their knee. Kicking at the knee is a very valid thing to do, okay? And I'm someone who travels alone, and that's why I know this, okay?
History, it still didn't answer why he had chosen Melora's house specifically. There was nothing suggesting he had any personal connection to her before that morning. Did he try any other houses? The only clue for why he ended up at her house came from what happened earlier that morning. According to reports, Christian had already been detained that same morning after a neighbor saw him wandering through someone else's yard around 7:30 a.m.
What?
Witnesses later said they had seen him acting erratically in the neighborhood even before Melora's encounter. But when the police detained him, the caller refused to identify him in person, and officers were legally forced to release him. Looking at both incidents side by side, several reports described Christian as mentally ill and behaving unpredictably in the hours leading up to the break-in, which means that Melora was likely never the actual target. By the time Christian reached her house, he was already drifting through the neighborhood in
Okay, I do want to see if Chilling Scare's got any other videos. Let's see. Do we want to risk the 4chan threads video? Do we want to risk it? This could go extremely south. No? Let's see. Oh, we can, okay. I feel like I know all these clips. We may have seen all of these. We were talking about the Stream University situation earlier. We're gonna do influencers who died trying to go viral, because I think this is relevant to the desperation I've seen recently.
On the 8th of November, 2017.
Oh god, I fucking hate this photo. We were talking about Stream University, and I was talking about my anxiety over Stream University because a lot of people are quitting their jobs, skipping out on jobs, and not paying their rent in pursuit of trying to get into Kai Cenat's Streamer University, and it's stressing me the fuck out.
Chinese daredevil Wu Yangning climbed the 62-story Huayuanhua Center building in Changsha, China to record another one of his roof-topping challenge videos, not knowing that this one was going to be his last.
I hate this.
Wu started his career working as a film extra and stuntman for low-budget production.
I straight up did not watch the Alex Honnold live stream because I was like, if this dude falls, I'm watching a snuff film. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not watching this.
Trying to break into the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, while he was good at his job, he struggled to earn a living.
This would stress me out, but the thing is, you can't post one of these right now. A photo like this right now, everyone's like, that's AI. Like, no one would believe you. Like, there is aura here, but you literally can't post this now. No one would believe you because of AI.
From these jobs, forcing him to look elsewhere.
Yeah.
So he turned to the internet and started posting daredevil roof-topping videos on Chinese platforms like Huashan and Weibo. Roof-topping, for those who don't know, is an extreme form of urban exploration. Participants climb on top of tall structures like skyscrapers, bridges, and cranes and record themselves doing dangerous stunts around the edges, usually without any safety equipment like a harness or a safety net. The draw of these videos lies in the constant, ever-present risk that a single slip or misstep could be fatal. But Wu needed to stand out if he wanted to make a career out of it.
We could do literally anything else. That's the thing. I really don't like some of these. There's so many things you can do to go viral. There is a German guy, he makes videos, and he literally, I saw his videos being reposted to Twitter today. All he does is cut bread. He cuts bread every single day, and he is trying to get the perfectly even slice of bread. He measures it with like a millimeter measure stick thing. He finally got a perfect slice of bread. That's all. He just does it. He cuts different types of bread. That's his content. You can just do stuff. You don't have to do this stuff. There's so many options. Everyone is like, no, I have to be like Mr. Beast. I have to do X, Y, and Z. You really don't. I talk to a camera and I go on JoJo Siwa cruises. You know, like like there's so many things you can do. We don't need to be risking our lives, you know?
He took things a step further. Instead of just posting videos about sitting or standing close to the edges, Wu posted stunts like riding a Segway right up to the edge, hanging from the ledges, and doing pull-ups until he was close to muscle failure. This allowed him to gain an audience from the get-go, giving him
We should bring back slime videos. I've been seeing a lot of wax videos lately where people like the ASMR videos of people dipping things in wax. We need to bring, you know what? I'm going to start a side channel that's just slime genre content. You know what? I'm starting a slime channel. That's what I'm going to do. That's going to be my new side hustle.
Confidence to continue down this path. Over the years, he posted more than 500 videos and live streams to various platforms and managed to earn over 1 million followers on Weibo alone. These videos also earned him close to $83,000, making this his full-time career. Doing these crazy stunts allowed him to earn a better life for himself and his loved ones. There was just one massive problem. Creating viral stunts for an online audience means the creator can never slow down. Each video has to be crazier than the last one, or the audience becomes bored and moves on,
that's
leaving
why
them
you should never do this. You should never just be viral, 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 viral. You need a flop in there. You got to keep equilibrium. You need a middle baseline.
Without an income. However, the crazier the stunt is, the more likely it is to turn lethal. Sadly, that's exactly what happened with Wu in November 2017. He came across a competition promising $15,000 to the video that went the most viral. Wu needed this money to pay for
The way that sounds like a scam.
for his mother's medical expenses and wanted
don't
to
tell
save
me
the
that.
rest for his wedding. So, on the morning of
don't tell me
November
that.
8th, he climbed to the roof of
I
the
hate
Hua Yuan Hua Center building to film the most jaw-dropping stunt yet. Most people aren't allowed to climb to the very top of these buildings, so Wu likely had to free climb his way.
I'm gonna throw up. Look at that. Oh, God. Well, yeah, no shit, Temple Tam. The video is literally titled Influencers Who Died Trying to Go Viral. Of course he died.
From the outside as well, adding life-threatening risk to this challenge before the camera even began rolling. After reaching the roof, he set up his tripod and began recording, and started lowering himself over the edge. First the right leg, and a few seconds later, the left. However, instantly something was not right. He looked like he was struggling to hang on and had to readjust his grip multiple times. He was potentially already exhausted from the free climb to the top, but he didn't really have the time to rest before someone from the building management might notice him and escort him back down. So he went ahead with the stunt anyway, proceeding to do the pull-ups he was most well known for. The plan was to pull himself back up to safety after the third pull-up.
We're gonna be safe.
He'd done the same dozens of times in the past. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The video showed it, but the side of the building was too slippery to generate any traction.
We're being on the safe side.
Wu kept trying until his grip failed, sending him
Me
plunging
seeing something
45
traumatizing is
feet
one
onto
thing.
a lower terrace below.
Okay, they fade
He
to
did
black.
not survive
They
this
fade to
fall.
black. We're fine.
And since he was completely alone when trying to record this video, no one knew what happened to him right away. His girlfriend filed a missing person report when he didn't return home, but it wasn't until the next day that a
What about
window
his
cleaner
body?
discovered his remains. Wu wanted a better life for himself and his
Where
loved
was
ones.
he?
Sadly, the risk he took for this viral stunt
Is it that big
cost
of a
him
building?
everything.
Oh, God, and they just found the camera. Oh, God.
On the night of February 5th,
I
2021,
hate that.
the Urban Air Trampoline Park in Hermitage, Tennessee was filled to the brim with families and friend groups looking to enjoy the weekend night. However, on this night specifically, this would not last long. As one of the friend groups at the park was walking out into the parking lot, they saw a man running at them with a massive butcher knife in his hand. This was 20-year-old Timothy Wilkes, an upstanding and hardworking person who was just a month away from graduating as an HVAC technician.
Sorry?
His future looked bright. However, Timothy's primary interest was in something else. He watched a lot of prank channels on
I don't think running at someone with a knife is a prank. Just so we're clear, you know, like I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. Oh God. Fake knife doesn't fucking matter if it's fake. No one knows that. No, it doesn't matter if it's fake. You guys, hi, I'm in LA, okay? Literally, 2 different things are happening right now. In Pasadena, 3 cops are on leave and 1 has been let go. I think the video's from September. Cops were in a parking garage of what's it called? Parking garage of the police department. One of them pulls out his gun and points it at a cop car that drives up at his buddy, goes like, haha, and then pockets the gun. Okay, already fucking stupid. Okay, the other cop from inside the cop car, because we have the dash cam footage, pulls out the gun, seemingly does the same thing, shoots him in the shoulder. Now, those are real guns, but they were both just fucking around, okay? There's an investigation happening. The footage just got released, okay? Dude fucking lived, got back to the job, okay? Psychotic. Another thing that just happened, for those that you don't know, okay? A cop shot a dog, killed a dog, because its owner and their family was celebrating the Knicks winning. And some fuck called in a fucking noise complaint. 9 cops and a helicopter showed up, and they apparently opened the door, asked them to secure the dog. Dog ran out because like the door opened again, and they shot a fucking Labradoodle and killed. The dog was in a Knicks jersey. The video is horrifying. I do not recommend looking at the video if you see it, because the dog is not censored in all of them. And you do see the deceased dog's body in its Knicks jersey while its owner, she's wailing. over this dog. It's horrifying. And all these cops look like Dumb and Dumber. They're all staring, pointing at each other, okay? And that's my point. These cops are shooting dogs. They will shoot someone with a fucking fake knife. Stop being stupid. Stop it. This is psychotic. You can't, it's a prank, bro. It's not a prank. People are killing people. You know, like, what are we talking about? Exactly. It's fucking insane. It's horrifying. The family, there's a GoFundMe for the family. I believe it's already at over $100,000. Obviously, that doesn't bring back their fucking dog or the trauma of this. The dog was killed in front of the woman's daughter, by the way. Okay, I believe daughter. It was her kid. Fucking hate this. Hate it. Hate everything. Okay, I hate it. Don't come at people with knives for a prank. You guys are stupid. Okay, I hate this. I'm sorry to this kid that fucking passed away, because that's 100% what's about to fucking happen. But this is insane. You can't be doing this. You can't be doing this.
On YouTube and wanted to go viral with a prank of his own. More specifically, he wanted to film a fake robbery prank where he records himself pretending to rob someone and then uploading their reaction to the internet.
So the person he's robbing is not the person in it. People are too broke for these skits, guys, these pranks. People are too broke to be doing a fake robbery prank. People are too broke for that. They will kill you. They will kill you. I hate that.
But an important thing about almost all of these prank videos that he was watching on YouTube is that they were staged. 9 times out of 10, the person being pranked already knows about the whole thing and is only acting terrified for the camera.
I hate this.
Timothy either didn't know this crucial detail, or he knew but wanted to make his prank more authentic. So, on the 5th of February 2021, at around 9:25 p.m., he lunged at a group of friends with a knife in his hand. The plan was to scare them and then reveal that it was a prank before things got out of hand. What Timothy didn't know was that one of the people in this group, 23-year-old David Starnes Jr., was carrying a concealed firearm. From David's perspective, Timothy was a random man charging at him and his friends with a knife. In a split-second decision, David drew his firearm and opened fire, hitting Timothy once.
At a distance, if the fake knife is good enough, it's not gonna look fake, even if it's straight plastic. It doesn't matter that it was a fake knife. You came at someone brandishing what appeared to be a weapon, you know? What if the pranked person gets a heart attack? You're liable for it. I believe there was a case of that, of someone having a health complication from a prank video, and I think there was a lawsuit. I don't remember. This was years ago.
Unfortunately, this one shot proved lethal, resulting in Timothy passing away before any help could arrive. David stayed at the scene until the police arrived and explained everything that had happened. He was detained at the time, but the police released him later as his actions were deemed self-defense.
Yeah. I hate this. It's horrifying.
On June 26, 2017, 20-year-old YouTuber Mona Lisa
this.
Prez made a post on
I believe Mona Lisa is back on YouTube, by the way. She is out. But basically, it was, I think it's the fiance. They were doing a test. They were doing a video to go viral where it got, you know what? I'm showing this. I'm just gonna
Twitter
show it.
stating, "Me and Pedro are probably going to shoot one of the most dangerous videos ever. His idea, not mine." At first glance, this sounded like a severe exaggeration meant to drum up hype for her upcoming video, when in reality, calling it the most dangerous video ever.
She didn't get, so I'm playing this again. Sorry, this was such a big deal at the time. That's why I was gonna skip it, because we've definitely seen these clips before. For a YouTube video, they were doing a challenge where he held books in front of his chest and she shot them. He knew exactly what was happening. They agreed upon doing it. He even says, "I have complete faith in my wife. She's the love of my life." Like we'll show it, but on camera she shoots him in the chest. The books do not stop the bullet, because of course they don't. But they were doing anything they could to go viral. And he died. She did go to jail.
Was still an understatement for the tragedy that was
She is
about to
now
unfold
out.
just 3 hours later. The lead up to this incident started back in November 2016, when Mona Lisa and her boyfriend Pedro decided to start a family channel together called Mona Lisa and Fam. This channel mostly consisted of vlogs of the two of them doing various challenges and going on adventures together. Normal, inoffensive family channel content. And while none of these videos went viral, they were still gaining consistent views, allowing the couple to gain thousands of subscribers by mid-2017. However, Pedro wanted to take his online career to the next level. The plan was to create a new channel called Damn It Boy, featuring daring stunts unlike
just so everyone understands. He did not, the guy did not, the kid that was killed in the last video, he did not know anyone that he approached. They did not know him. He approached a group of friends that was leaving the trampoline park, that adventure park thing that they were in the parking lot. They were on their way to the car, it seems, and he approached them. One of them had a gun and shot him because, again, it's someone coming at them with a blade. They did not know each other. You know, there was no, it's not like he just killed his friend or anything like that. He did not know. This was a random man to them.
Anything the internet had seen before. He even had a clear vision for the direction of this content.
Everything I'm going to be showing you guys on my channel, you guys are going to be saying, "Damn it, boy."
But unlike his family channel that was growing at a steady pace, Pedro wanted this channel to have good momentum from the get-go. He wanted his first video to go mega viral, and to do that, he wanted to upload the most dangerous and death-defying stunt he could think of.
Yeah.
So after much deliberation, this was the idea he came up with.
The point of this video is, I really just want to see if a .50 caliber bullet can go through a book. So, the ultimate test to see if this .50 caliber bullet will go through a book is, I'm just not going to just set it and just shoot it. No, I'm going to stand behind it, and Mona Lisa is going to shoot it.
This is why, can I be totally frank? Okay, I know things have happened since and all of that. You have to be willing to tell your partner that they're being psychotic. This is fucking crazy. And he passed away from this. He's dead. She went to jail for killing him. Like you, as an adult, regardless of how much you love this person, regardless of what the situation is, regardless of how much the money would be great, you have to be willing to be like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. No, I love you. I'm not doing this. Figure out something else. This is insane.
Mona Lisa was strongly opposed to this plan, but after nearly 2 months of back and forth, he managed to convince her that it could work.
Yeah, see, 2 months, you're not taking 2 months to convince me of shit. I don't care. No. I said no, and then you kept trying. I'm also leaving you. You know, like, we're not doing this. You know, this is crazy.
On the 26th of June 2017, at roughly 8 p.m., Pedro did exactly what he planned. He set up the camera in the backyard of their home in Halstead, Minnesota, held up the book in front of him, and told Mona Lisa to shoot. Unfortunately for Pedro, the thick encyclopedia he chose for the stunt proved completely ineffective. The high-caliber bullet went straight through the book and his body. By the time help arrived, it was already too late. Pedro passed away in front of 30 witnesses from around the neighborhood who came running after hearing the gunshot, including his 3-year-old daughter. What made this situation even more heartbreaking was the fact that Mona Lisa was also pregnant with their second child. She was taken into custody and later pleaded guilty to second-degree manslaughter. However, the court understood her tragic situation and sentenced her to only 6 months in prison rather than the up to 15-year sentence that second-degree manslaughter usually carries.
That video, I kid you not, that video is the only
Dimitri
reason she didn't get
Nuyanzin spent
life. That video is the only reason she did not get life in fucking jail. Like, oh God, I hate this so much. Because no one would have believed her. No one at all would have believed her. I hate it. I believe she makes videos from time to time now. I've never watched them. But she is out. She does make videos from time to time.
A decade building his reputation as a personal trainer and fitness coach in Russia. Over the years, he trained many elite athletes in person while also posting online guides and tips under the name Dimitri Fit for his more.
When someone says something fucking psychotic, like Darwin Award right here, you know, and they're not subscribed, I'm just gonna ban them. Like we're not. Let's be on it.
More than 40,000 followers. The most notable aspect of Dimitri's content, however, was his dedication to authenticity. He followed the same program he taught to demonstrate firsthand its effectiveness. What he never anticipated was that his readiness to put himself on the line would ultimately cost him everything.
Oh God, what did
It began in September 2025 when Dmitry announced
I do think that I would not be surprised if like we get hold on. Let me
a challenge to deliberately gain at least 55 pounds or 25 kilograms and then lose it all using his own training and dietary regimen. He also put a roughly $100 reward for any viewer who could lose 10% of their body weight by the end of 2025. In a post promoting this challenge, Dmitry wrote, "Friends, my weight loss course is starting soon where you can win cool prizes and most importantly build a beautiful body, learn how to eat, and have fun." Things were progressing smoothly. However, there was just one major hurdle standing in his way. Gaining over 50 pounds in such a short time wasn't going to be easy. So, to stay competitive in his own challenge, Dmitry put himself on a crash diet of over 10,000 calories a day. For some context, most adult men with his build need somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 calories to maintain their weight. He would post videos eating mountains of calorie-dense foods with lots of sugars and fat, and this worked just as expected. By November 18th, he weighed 230 pounds or 105 kilos and was rapidly approaching his goal. Unfortunately,
you just know, can I be totally, he's gonna pass away. That's why I shouldn't be making this joke. But you just know there was a feeder somewhere, there was a feeder subreddit somewhere that was obsessed with this challenge. They were watching all of his updates. They were so excited. You just know it.
The challenge came to an abrupt stop just a few days after he posted this video. Friends reported Dmitry missing training sessions, claiming that he wasn't feeling well and that he needed to see a doctor. But before he could make an appointment, Dmitry passed away from cardiac arrest in his sleep at just 30 years old. The 10,000 calorie diet overtaxed his body, eventually leading to a sudden, catastrophic collapse.
Okay, so I don't think it's probably not that simple. Like it's the fact that he had a certain calorie intake for most of his life, then did hardcore 10,000 calories a day. But is there a potential of any steroid usage in there as well that could have exacerbated things? Because steroids weaken your heart, do they not? Certain metabolic steroids. Yeah, his body was likely strained. It's the stress of the additional calories, probably. Yeah. Especially if he stopped working out in that time as well, his body probably literally... It's like, not the same thing, because I'm obviously not dead, but for those who don't know, hi, I had Bell's palsy at one point in my life. I had left an abusive household, and because I was out of fight or flight, I had been in fight or flight for multiple years, and then I was in survival mode for multiple years, and then suddenly I was like, oh, I can breathe, cool. And a week after I turned 18, a month after I had left, half my face froze from Bell's palsy. And it literally was like my immune system thought it was under attack, and so it started attacking the nerves in my face, which paralyzed half my face. Lasted for about 2.5 months. I was on steroids at the time. But it's like, I'm assuming it's something similar where it's like such an abrupt change to your reality that your body doesn't know how to fucking handle it, i.e. cardiac arrest. Some steroids make heart bigger and can get crushed. That's crazy. And so sodium could also imbalance electrolytes. Electrolyte imbalance, bad enough, could lead to heart issues. Body's so weird. Yeah. The body is crazy. So, like, it's one of those things that, God, like, low-key, this, like, what is this? Is this eggs and chocolate? What? That looks like eggs, but I don't think it's eggs. Couldn't even produce the fat fast enough, yeah. He was working out, I think. Friends could tell something was wrong because he was skipping training. Okay. God, see, I don't know. God.
On July 15, 2024, Indian travel influencer Anvi Kamdar, known online as the...
Oh, please don't tell me she gets murdered for traveling. Please don't tell me. Please, please, please. Please, don't.
Local journal posted a list of her top places to visit in the country, not knowing that this would become the last time her nearly 300,000 fans would see her alive.
Oh,
She'd been posting content on the internet since 2016 and had become a very trusted travel vlogger. Anvi visited nearly every corner of her country, highlighted underrated destination spots, and made it a point to spread...
I love travel creators that really focus on, like, exploring their own countries, if that makes sense. Because I feel like so many people, like, focus on, like, oh, I want to go to this place that's, like, the most, like, like talked about, most found, or I want to find that new viral place in another place. And not a ton do like, let me explore as much as possible of my own country. I do think that's a noble pursuit.
Positivity through her content. However, this effort was cut short just a day after she posted this video. She was visiting the Khumbi waterfall on July 16th, located around 80 miles from Mumbai.
Oh.
The ground surrounding the 178-foot waterfall was wet and slippery.
I've heard this
Anvi was
story.
being very
Never mind, I
cautious,
do know
as
this
this wasn't her
story.
first time visiting such a place. But while trying to line up a better shot of the waterfall for her content, she accidentally took one wrong step, resulting in her losing her balance and falling down a 350-foot deep ravine. The sheer depth, combined with the dense foliage, made it impossible to even see her from the top. The rocky, slippery terrain also prevented anyone from rushing to her rescue. When rescuers arrived, 6 of them rappelled down using ropes, while 50 others assisted them from the top. Despite the massive operation, it still took 6 hours to rescue Anvi from this ravine. However, they would get some good news. She was severely injured, but was still breathing. Rescuers rushed her to the nearest hospital. Unfortunately, Anvi had almost no strength left in her body and sadly passed away shortly after arriving at the hospital, leaving her once active Instagram account completely abandoned.
It's devastating.
Castilla-La Mancha is the tallest bridge in all of Spain.
No, I'm dead serious. As someone who hikes, you can't fuck around with waterfalls. You can't. She fell down a ravine, but even then, it's like there's multiple stories that I always heard about like famous waterfalls in the United States, where, and a lot of the deaths come from someone trying to take a selfie and misstepping, unfortunately, in recent years. But what happens oftentimes with waterfalls in particular, that a lot of people don't like to talk about, it can be months before they recover your body. Because depending on the depth of the waterfall, depending on the rocks, and depending on the rapids caused by the waterfall coming down, it can just churn that water. And so they can't go in, and your body's not coming up. And so it can be months until they recover you. It's awful. They literally just have to wait until, you know, someone says, hey, I see a skeleton. Hey, I see pieces of remains on the water line, you know. You know, hi, Bubbas. I hear him snuffling, luffling. We're probably gonna raid out soon, chat, just because I was gonna wrap up stream not long after, before we got Gunner's raid, because I do have to get a little bit of work done tonight. And
24-year-old British influencer Lewis Stevenson was attempting to do the same. Lewis was a rooftopper that made a name for himself posting breathtaking pictures of his many different climbs to his Instagram account. He arrived at the bridge on the morning of October 13, 2024 with one of his friends and began climbing. His friend went ahead and Lewis followed. It was a brutal, monotonous climb. Thankfully, things started off as expected, with the two steadily making their way up the service ladder and nearly reaching the top. But before they could reach the safe platform up top, tragedy struck. It's unclear what exactly happened. The damp weather may have made a step dangerously slippery, or Lewis might have simply missed a step and stumbled. In either case, the outcome was the same. Lewis lost his grip and plummeted over 630 feet back to the base of the climb. His friends called the authorities immediately. Unfortunately, by the time they reached Lewis, he'd already passed away from the impact. The climb, which was meant to be a crowning achievement, instead became his final act.
God, see, this will save me from things like this, because I see this image and my anxiety spikes. God, I hate this. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I don't know who else is live that we can raid. Let me see. Back to Twitch. Scootish, Game Pass. We did Game Pass last week. We did Nandre. Guys, you guys might be going to Scootish. He's playing Final Fantasy. You guys might be going to Scootish. Thank you for following, Web. Welcome in. All right, have fun. I will see you guys tomorrow. And then I'm gonna be, obviously I'll be streaming during the week, but I leave Saturday for France. So I will be gone that entire week, and I will most likely not be able to stream while I'm in France, obviously, because hotel Wi-Fi. So, but have fun. Okay, bye. Go watch today's video if you haven't seen it already, obviously. Go watch it. I snuck into a fashion event, and by snuck in I mean I bought a ticket and showed up. But have fun. Okay, bye.